What's the crack? It's your boy Terry Yak. Uh, what way to describe this stream? Mainly doing this just for rewatch value. Like I said, folks, Easy's got his. Not like I said. Well, folks, Easy's got his marathon stream on, so I don't want to really detract from that. So I'd rather use kind of like just keep watching that, and then because this is basis for rewatch value and all this kind of stuff. But welcome in, Shante. Appreciate you. Hello, fellow gay. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Shante. See you, Shante. Appreciate you, Shante. But yeah, what the fuck is going on? Unbelievable.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
What the fuck? Welcome in, dogs, and don't forget to like and sub, folks. But like I said, don't want to detract away from Easy's marathon as well. So if you want, just go back there and you can cash this on the rewatch and all that kind of good stuff. What else there? Oh my god, Ryan C. Mullally, like, take a bow, sir. Holy shit. The bet he had against Pisco, oh my god, man, absolutely demolished the cunt. Absolutely fucking demolished him. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get into it. I just know we've been doing a lot of the alien files, and the White House, right, on Twitter said loading tonight, right? Just look at this video. Crop circles, yeah. The whole disclosure thing, right? The whole aliens thing. You know what I'm saying? Tonight. Aliens, bro. Like, they're disclosing about aliens, right? Then, like I said, they put this post out about an hour later saying, don't look at the bottom corner, don't look at the caption. The caption says, don't look at aliens.gov. It's actually fucking happening. This is the actual link, folks. whitehouse.gov/aliens, right? This is it. This is fucking it, right? They walk among us for 60 years. Remember when I was telling you about the whole Nazi thing and all that stuff? For 60 years, the US government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us. Dude. Fucking dude, living in our neighborhoods and interacting with us with daily lives. Is this the shit that we're talking about, like Alex Jones, all this shit, bro? They've shopped at the same stores, attended the same class as their children, and live seemingly in a normal human existences. With one exception. They do not belong here. They're not from here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly in our society. And I think Ilhan Omar is one of them. You know what I mean? That's how far I've went with it. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials knew exactly what was happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion. They actually accelerated with the aliens. Until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. Bold, unapologetic, unafraid. President Trump was the first to call out the real danger aliens pose to the American family, every community, and the future of our nation. Truth is no longer out there. It is right here, right now. The alien arrest, my folks. Like I said, we got a shit ton of illegal aliens, and we've finally got the drop. We got like all the cases here and all this kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? So I fucking love this administration, bro. I love it. Like, the UFO community right now on X are absolutely raging. They fell for this hook, line, and sinker. Those crazy motherfuckers about the aliens and shit like that. Oh my god, it was beautiful, beautifully done. Like, I do have to give it like props to the administration for that one. That absolute genius. You know what I'm saying? Pretty sure I'm an alien. Just haven't confirmed it yet. Yeah, you gotta get deported, Shante. Get on the boat, Shante. You're going back to France, okay? You're going back to France, Shante. It is what it is. But real quick, so first of all, want to shout out our boy Ryan C. Mullally. So make sure you go over where is it? Absolutely Demolishment as well. So Ryan Demolish Disco. So post that link. And then of course we got our boy Speakeasy as well. Sec. Make sure you go over. If you're gonna watch along here, yeah, that's cool. But like honestly, you can just catch it on the rewatch. So wait, where is it? Wait, did I like the stream? I didn't even like the stream. Unbelievable. So make sure you go over and like the stream as well. Speakeasy Marathon. And we will be raiding over Speakeasy after this, of course. So shout out to you, Shante. And like I said, that's the link to the stream as well. Absolutely. Je ne sais quoi about that. So, and also the Speakeasy Marathon, make sure you go over and at least hit him a like if you're going to follow along to this as well. And we're going to be raiding into Easy too. 1 second to make sure I get the redirect. Keep calling it a raid when it's a redirect. Where is it? So the redirect is set up and good to go as well, folks. But we're going to be doing a little bit of Crucible catch up. Like I said, like there's just so much stuff going on nowadays. You know what I mean? It's hard to keep track with all the, especially like I said, when you have got the White House doing that shit with the aliens. I thought that was hilarious. You know what I mean? And like seeing all the UFO and disclosure accounts on X absolutely raging. You know, oh man, it was beautiful. Thing of beauty. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to our boy El Presidente, Donald Trump, the one and only. But we're going to be doing wait. Did I get the links in order? Oh yeah. Yeah, I think they're in the right order. Kind of fucked up when I was exiting out the tabs, but it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. So first one is a bit of Christian stuff. Like I said, I know like I'm not technically Christian, but to be honest, man, these Protestants that have been coming after Andrew and Jay and all this stuff, man, like they're kind of embarrassing. Because like I'm not even a Christian, I can defend the Bible better than these cunts. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into it, folks. I might actually do it at a 1.25 because, like I said, I want to get us back to the Speakeasy as soon as possible as well. So let's get it. Let's get it.
Does the Bible tell you to judge?
I think the Bible.
Yeah, it does. Yes.
All right,
It says
here
the
we go.
judge with, it says to judge with
Yeah, come
righteous
on,
judgment.
Angelo. Yeah, clear it up, because these guys are scared to talk.
Yes, it says to judge with righteous judgment. Yes.
All right, so
And this is, for example, this is like a case in point. Case in point, folks, right? Bible doesn't tell you to judge. What is this like, you know, libertarian, like an anarchy kind of like type shit or kind of like rendition that they do with the Bible? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think the 10 fucking commandments are? You know what I mean?
cool. All right, so what else you got, Daniel? Because you know, I'm behind enemy lines. Well, actually, y'all behind enemy lines, but I got 3 of y'all right here who's ready to give me the smoke. So let's come with it.
Well,
Dan, it's
well, I'm
Catholic.
happy. I'd like to go back to our conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
happy
go back to
just
it.
be the 2 of us if you'd like.
Do you want it to be just the 2 of us?
I would. Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a couple more minutes because I want to be fair to everyone else.
I'm a big fan, Andrew. Christ is risen.
Truly is risen. Have a great day, my friend.
Thank you. You too.
All right, so let's do this. I'll give you a couple more minutes, Andrew. And
Look,
actually,
I appreciate you letting me come up and talk. By the way, I was
Yeah,
away from my studio and I had a bad connection. So
all right, cool. So hopefully we can set something up and we can both have a conversation where it's just you and I. We can have a live dedicated. All right, to just you and I having a
I don't
conversation.
know.
All right.
I don't have that much time. This just
All
happened to pop up on the X feed while I'm chilling. So I was like, I'll call in and talk to the guy. He seems nice.
All right, cool. Well, I am, brother. You know, listen. That's the spirit of a Christian. All right, Reformed spirit. All
Oh
right,
my
Reformed
God,
Christian
man.
spirit. So
I don't know
You know,
though. I say no
Is
words.
he
you
one
know?
of
Yeah,
is
yeah,
he
you
one
do,
of
but that's all
these
right.
Christians? Is he one of these people's? Please tell me he's one of these.
The F-bomb
Because
sometimes.
these motherfuckers are hilarious.
listen, the thing about the Holy Spirit is that you can be saved from all of that. All right, if only you submit your life
God, man.
to the one and only true Jesus Christ, the one and only Lord and Savior. You can
Appreciate you, Abby.
listen. You
mean
can
the
be
thing
rid
Like I
of all
said,
that.
Anybody in chat as well, don't feel as though you have to stay or anything like that. Appreciate the likes and all this kind of stuff. But if you want to get back to easy, no water for ducks back kind of thing. Like I said, I'm just doing this for the rewatch value, all this stuff. And I'm going to be redirecting back into easy as well.
You mean the thing I already did?
Not if you dropping F-bombs, brother.
Oh, yeah.
And saying no words.
Jesus is going to send you to hell because you say the
fuck
F-bomb.
himself right there and then.
Listen,
Am I
if you
going to
are
hell because
repentant,
I say
yeah.
the F-bomb? Am I going to hell because I said the F-bomb, brother?
Yeah, if you continue to do it, you don't think there's anything wrong with it?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, I guess you have a regulations for that, brother.
I mean, I've tried to walk it through logically many times, and socially constructed words like that have different meanings to different people. It's very difficult for me to believe that most of these words are even issues. God's
ways are not man's ways, brother. But go ahead, go ahead and finish off for it.
It's interesting how you, a man, think that you know God's ways, but anyway.
Ooh, yeah, we do. We got his word right here, brother.
You have to interpret yourself.
Yeah. All right, but go ahead.
Which version of his word is that?
Oh, this right here. Now, this right here is the KJV. Now, I prefer the ESV, all right, which is the elect standard version, all right? So, but this was given to me by my great-grandmother in 1990, and this is the only thing that I've kept all of this time. So that's why I still have it.
Yeah, I have a Bible that my father-in-law gave me. It means a lot to me because he gave it to me, you know.
Okay.
It's not the one I read, but he you know, I still found it meaningful. But anyway, I guess back to the topic at hand.
Yes, sir.
We were discussing what you want to do. What do you want to see the Orthodox do about this online tiff? What do you want clergy to do about that exactly?
Okay, now I have been reading quite a bit of posts, and I do see it, and I will say some people, give them a hand clap, who have been calling this stuff out, and they've been saying that, hey, this is abhorrent behavior, and there are people saying that we need to start cleaning this up. We need to start marking and avoiding a lot of these people who.
I was thinking about this, right? Just to and I don't want to do it purely because it's like I want to kind of like stay out of the whole Christian thing because I'm not a Christian, but like this whole thing with the Anon accounts, like I'm convinced that's like Muslims like trying to stir shit and all this kind of stuff, or just like atheists in general trying to stir shit against the Orthodox. Because like if you watch the atheists are shitting themselves over the Orthodox because the Orthodox, they're at a different level. They're at a different level, bro. You know what I mean? Jay, Jim Bob, Andrew. You know what I mean? All the boys, they are shitting themselves over the Orthodox, right? And again, like I said, I'm non-Christian, just like giving kind of like the outsider perspective, the old Loki character, you know what I'm saying? But I was thinking, like, should I just be like, you know, guys, do the whole like, what's like, I'll do the clip, was like, do the whole, I ain't gays no more, I'm delivered.
I'm not gay no more, I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
Do you know what I mean? And then start calling myself a Protestant and then just acting like an absolute cunt and say, well, I'm a Protestant, and just like drag all these motherfuckers down and be like, no, you can't say shit to me because sola scriptura and all this kind of shit, and just like absolutely annihilate these cunts that are going after Orthodox. You know what I mean? That's the, like, I was kind of thinking I could troll them in terms of aspect, because fundamentally what they're trying to say here is there's a bunch of anonymous accounts that are claiming to be Orthodox. Yeah, like, what are we supposed to do with that? What the fuck are we supposed to do with that? You know what I mean? And also, Shantae's name is now Shanje. We're going to call it Shanje, you know, because we've got to keep the French mystique to it, you know what I mean? So it's going to be Shanje. Okay, we got Jacob. Jack is now Jacob, and Shante is now Shanje. Okay, what a clown already. 100%. 100%. You know what I mean? 5 hours ahead of me. Yeah, like I said, I'm 5 hours in the future. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. You know. We have a lot of Christians who are name only, and that's what I'm saying. Like I could play like if you want to play this game, then I am delivered. I'm gonna recognize myself as Protestant and act like an absolute cunt. You know what I mean? But again, that could actually work against the whole kind of Christianity thing as well, because then the atheists will start coming in and start rubbing their hands together and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like I said, it was kind of like an interesting troll kind of idea that came into my head, but it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. You know what I mean?
Are giving our who are giving our churches a bad name. Start calling
But
these
what do you
guys out.
what do you want them to do? What do you specifically want?
Right.
clergy to do
I
about this
want them to
situation?
follow. I want them to follow through with that. I want the clergy, and I think that they put out a statement, which is another hand clap. They put out a statement saying that, hey, this type of stuff won't be tolerated.
Who did? Who put out a statement?
I'm trying to remember. It was just so many things I was scrolling through. And I mean, it'll take me some time to pull it up, but I think that there was like a statement or something that went out, from some clergy members. I don't know if it was official or not, but there was a statement that went out about conduct on social media and all of that stuff. So
Mhm.
I'm hoping that they do continue to follow through with that, but it can't just be the clergy members themselves, because there's even people who claim to be Orthodox that were attacking those posts. And they were saying that, oh, well, these guys don't know what they're talking about, calling
From
them
anonymous
boomers.
accounts.
Correct.
Yeah.
But again, you don't know if those people have been
From
confirmed or
anonymous
not.
accounts.
Yeah, but you don't know if those people have been confirmed or not.
Neither do you. That's the problem.
Okay, right. So basically,
An absence of evidence is not evidence. It's an
right.
absence of
Okay,
evidence.
so it's an absence of evidence. So therefore, you can't tell who's who.
Well, no, I have no reason to believe that these are confirmed Orthodox people.
Why
Azar
not?
Butler dash
Posting-
R7
posting
you
from anonymous
typed 5
accounts. There's no
talents
reason to
saying our
believe that.
most valuable possession.
Okay,
Usually,
so
when we look at evidence, we look for what reason do we have to believe it, not
The
what reason do we have not to
Hooray.
believe it. So it's like, what reason do I have to believe that these are accounts from a confirmed Orthodox baptized Christians? What reason do I have to believe that? Because they say so. I mean, it's like,
okay, so
do you remember like the old Red Pill post where they would be like, man, I bagged 1,000 women. And it's like, no, you didn't, no,
right,
you
okay.
didn't. And you
Right.
see Anon accounts posting that stuff all the time. They're like, oh yeah, man, I have a 30 body count just this week. I'm like, no, you don't. Just stop coping, man. You're just lying through your teeth.
Okay, so then the question would be, you say that these people, first of all, you say that you don't know if they're confirmed or not. How do you determine whether or not these people are true Orthodox or they're just some guys claiming to be Orthodox? Like what standard do
Because
you
the
have to say
Orthodox-
that?
Because
Go ahead.
unlike Protestant churches, the Orthodox keep records of their baptized individuals. They know who's part of their flock.
But how do you
It's
determine that from an
registered.
Anon account?
You can't. That's my point. You can't. How could you? Yeah,
Right.
how could
So,
you do that?
I literally just said it. I
So
said
what
that
you
you
do is
don't.
you point at it, but you can't point at them then and be like, look at what the Orthodox are doing, because a bunch of, for all you know, it's a bunch of Muslims who are back there who are like, let's pretend we're Orthodox to make them look bad. You have no idea.
And for all you know, that these could be somebody that are confirmed, but they don't want to be found out that they actually have these feelings.
True. I'll grant that that's the case, but I have no reason to believe that that's the case,
Why?
because there's no, what evidence can you provide it's the case? None. So I have
But
no
you
reason
can't
to
provide
believe it.
evidence that it's not the case.
That's the whole point. If there's an absence of evidence, then your reason
What?
is to believe that there's an absence of evidence to believe the thing. That's the point of evidence. That's the entire
Okay.
point of it.
They claim to be Orthodox. You say that they don't have any evidence that they're Orthodox, although they got the cross and they said that they're Orthodox. But you're just like, oh, well, that's still not enough evidence. So how do you make a determination that they're not Orthodox? Like, and they're saying that they are Orthodox and they got the little cross and all of that stuff in their bio.
Okay. I right now, there's an anonymous account that I can pull up of a guy who said that aliens came down and abducted him.
Okay.
How can I falsify that claim exactly? How?
Okay. Now you compare apples to oranges.
No. How can I falsify that claim? How
Okay.
would you go about falsifying that claim? if you
Because
were me?
you're trying to compare the Orthodox
How?
Church
Just
to
tell
a
me the
guy.
method. How would you go through? I'm not comparing anything. I'm asking
Yes,
a question about
yes, you
evidence,
are.
empiricism here.
That's
How
that's
would
a total
how
non
would you go
sequitur.
through? How would you? No, it's not non sequitur. How would you go through and falsify an anonymous Twitter account saying that they were abducted by aliens last night? How would you go about falsifying that? How?
Okay, you're getting off topic.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
yes, it
asking
is.
about
I
your
don't think that
standard
you-
for evidence.
Andrew, I don't
I'm
think that you
asking
understand
specifically
how
about
the
your
Christian faith
standard for
works.
evidence.
I just don't think that you understand how the Christian
Yeah.
faith works.
I don't
Because you're
think you
talking
understand
about-
how a topic works.
Yeah, no, I don't
like-
think you do, because I mean we're staying on topic, because I'm asking you
We're talking about
as a-
evidence, right? You're asking me
in,
about evidence.
okay,
We're talking
in
about the
your
standard of evidence.
church, in your church, I'm asking you a specific question, and you just like, well, I can't determine who's Orthodox and who's not. It's just like a guy
You
said he
can't,
got.
dude.
You said you can't.
You can't. How could you? How can
And
you
that-
take this? Like, look,
and that-
I'm going
and
to ask
that's-
you this again.
Go ahead.
How can you make the determination? So what we're talking about is empiricism.
And this is what I brought up in my last debate on speakeasies against the wait, what the fuck did that dude call himself? Panes or whatever the fuck. Like this whole thing of like there is like active subversion going on, particularly from a lot of like these like atheists and communists and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like the whole thing of like, oh, you guys should be like wagging the finger at these anon accounts, and it's like, well, we don't even know if they're like Orthodox and all this kind of shit. There's literally no evidence that they are Orthodox other than they're like they have the Orthodox cross in their bio and all this kind of shit. But as I demonstrated with that cunt on on Swords of Reason. And again, like basically, if all you really need to do is like watch as far as the rebuttals, because I absolutely nuke that cunt and just kind of expose him for being, you know, a communist essentially. Because one way, either like unwitting, he's either a useful idiot or he's genuinely trying to infiltrate. But the fact that he's following the Agent Potato pretty much suggests that, yeah, this guy's coming in here to try and subvert. Because this whole thing of like he's portraying himself as what like what like an atheist or a Democrat would perceive a Republican as, or as a right winger as. Where on the one hand he's saying he's an anarcho-capitalist, but then he has literally a Nazi, which is National Socialism. Like the political philosophy of the Nazis was National Socialism. Their economic policy was National Socialism, but they also done the genocide and shit and all that kind of stuff. Thanos ass, exactly. Basically, you know what I mean? Like, that's what you're going to see. Is like these infiltrators will go on and they'll basically try to drag the whole thing in. Professional rapist as well was on his ex bio and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? So they'll say, I'm one of you, I'm a right winger and all this kind of shit. But then they'll say all this deplorable shit and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Darth Anus. Exactly. You know what I mean? So that's the whole kind of like thing that's going on here with the Orthodox. Because I was seeing with Andrew, I was seeing with Jay, I was seeing with Jim Bob, like they have no issue showing their face, have no issue, you know what I mean? And like even when what would be the thing? When it's like put forward to them in terms of like, especially in Andrew's case, I've seen him do this multiple times where it's like there'll be a particular question about Orthodox and you say, well, just go to your church father. Like investigate yourself in terms of like, and he always kind of says, you know, like it's you should be seeking from the church, not from Andrew. You know what I mean? So the behavior displayed by these quote unquote Orthodox does not actually match the behavior. Like I demonstrated with that quote unquote ANCAP, anarcho-capitalist, that his behavior is basically communist. You know what I mean? Everything he's coming out and he's saying all this kind of shit, you know, like the progressivism and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Don't make no motherfucking sense. You know what I mean? You walk like a communist, you quack like a communist, you're a motherfucking communist. And also you're a subverter, because why would you say that you're an anarcho-capitalist, but then you have a National Socialist and then you're debating against National Socialism? Makes no sense.
You're an empirical claim. This guy is this thing.
Right.
If you wanted to know if a guy was 6 foot, how would you determine that? You would take a tape measure over, I guess, and measure him, right? And then you'd be like, well, that guy's telling the truth. He's 6 foot. There's some sort of empirical data there. If some anonymous account says, look, I'm 7'3" and I shoot laser beams out of my eyes, I'm like, well, you know, do you have any evidence of that? And if they say no, I instantly don't believe it. Yeah.
Is there any? Okay, so is there any empirical evidence in your church that'll determine whether or not a person is Orthodox or not?
Yes, they have a record of their baptism.
Okay, but unless you get a record of their baptism, you can't determine that based on an account.
That's correct. We can't. How could you? How? Like how?
And to be honest,
how could you?
And to be honest, this problem as Protestants that we have with guys who are Orthodox, because we'll say based on that person's actions, that comes from the Bible. When we compare that to what we see in the Bible, we can determine whether or not if a person is a Christian or not.
No, you can't make those determinations either.
Oh my goodness! Instance, have you not read the Bible?
Here, I can demonstrate it for you.
Go ahead. I can demonstrate it for you too. Go ahead.
Is the guy who posted this thing a Christian or not?
He's definitely not a Christian. Not.
He's definitely not.
Yeah, he needs to repent.
You know what his status of repentance is?
Well, not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Okay,
now, I'll be fair. I'll be fair to say, right. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Okay. I'll grant you that. I'll be charitable right now, and I'll retract that.
This guy's not a Christian. This guy's not a Christian. I can tell. You can't tell. You just made it up, right?
Yes, I can. Okay. I can. But what I'll say is that, because here's the thing, a Christian, just to shoot straight from the hip, a Christian would not exhibit that type of behavior and be unrepentant about it. I even read his post, and he said,
can you prove that there's no repentance?
Brother, I literally read the post. He didn't have any repentance. He was just trying to hand wave and say.
Post from several days ago?
Okay, yeah.
So several days ago,
right? That's what I'm saying. So he didn't show any repentance.
Nothing.
Okay, I don't know it right now, but at the time of me reading that, I don't see it.
Don't know.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know.
Even at the time,
based on what he says,
at the time you were reading it, dude. Even at the time you are reading it, you don't have access to a person's mind state. You don't know what inner turmoil they're going through. You don't know what they're putting on a front. You don't know any of that information. You have no access to that information, dude.
We have the text that shows us how a person is supposed to act. That's what we have.
Yes, and people People make mistakes and sin all the time. You already said that that's not enough for them to not be a Christian. All you
No,
can
you're
say
not
is, I
listening.
didn't see any repentance, but
I
that's not
didn't.
enough for you to make a claim. I'm listening. Go
No,
ahead.
it is. It is enough. I mean,
You did. You said he wasn't a Christian directly.
okay. So you're
It
saying
is
that.
not enough. What
So
do you mean?
he's
How is it
100%.
enough?
okay. So, brother, are you
Shante.
gonna let me respond or not? Or are you just gonna keep over talking me? You the one said that your church
Go
really
ahead.
doesn't have any
me the high
empirical
sign when you're
evidence, huh? You said give you what?
I didn't say give me anything. I just said I'll stop until you're done. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Cool. Now you said that your church does not have any empirical evidence to determine whether or not a person is a Christian or not, right? Correct.
False. False.
Okay. So what is the empirical evidence?
That's a completely false claim.
Okay. So what's the
It's just a
empirical
certificate of
evidence?
baptism.
A certificate of baptism makes you a Christian?
No, that would be empirical evidence.
Okay, so certificate of baptism. Have you seen this guy's certificate of
Yeah,
baptism?
like for instance, if you walked over, I think I know what church he goes to. So yeah, but if it was the case, for instance,
Okay.
that you came across a guy who was like dead in the street in front of a church, and there was a certificate of baptism that was on his lap, and it matched the name in his ID from his wallet, would you assume that guy was probably an Orthodox Christian? Would you just like naturally assume it? You don't have access to it, but
What
you
if a
just kind
guy-
of assume it naturally, right?
What if a guy
you
was
had
just laying
evidence?
dead? If a guy was laying dead in front of a church?
No, listen to what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Guy is dead. He's laying in front of a church.
Okay.
On his lap is his certificate of baptism, and the name in his wallet matched the certificate of baptism. Would you assume that the guy was probably an Orthodox Christian? Wouldn't you naturally assume that?
Yeah, if it's on his birth certificate.
Yeah,
but-
exactly.
okay.
Not his birth certificate, his certificate of baptism.
So, I'm sorry, certificate of baptism. Yeah, I would say that he is a part of the
Yeah.
Orthodox Church.
Yes, that
But
makes
what
okay.
does-
So that
but
makes
what does
sense
that have to do
me.
with
That's
anything?
empirical- That's empirical evidence, because you're asking people to make condemnations about an entire sect of Orthodox people when you're basing it on anonymous accounts that we can't even demonstrate are Orthodox.
But they could be.
And I think that's a ridiculous standard.
But they could be Orthodox,
Yeah, but
right?
So what? They could.
Okay, so if they're
That's not-
Orthodox, then
that's
that
not
means
how we
that
use evidence. We use
Okay,
the way that evidence
so-
is used. Hang on. Evidence is used specifically. You have to have cause to believe the evidence. An absence of said evidence is not cause to believe anything. It's only absence of evidence. That's it.
okay.
That's all it is.
So it is possible that these people that are going back and forth with some of these priests on X,
Yeah.
and they're calling them names and they're, just being vile people to them. It's possible that these people could be Orthodox as well. That they could be confirmed in the church.
I mean, yeah, that's
disrespecting other
logically-
Orthodox priests.
Hang on. That's logically possible, but Superman is logically possible too. Just so
Okay,
you know,
bro.
like I can't say that there's no logical possibility that this is the
Okay.
case. I'm just saying there's no reason for me to believe that it's the case
Okay. So it's
from
no
anonymous
reason.
accounts.
Okay. So there's no reason for you to believe that because you haven't seen their baptism, their certificate of baptism.
No, because I have no evidence at all. None.
Okay.
I don't have
so,
any evidence at all, which would lead me to believe that
Which is the
these are
certificate-
Orthodox accounts.
So these are okay because you haven't seen their certificate of baptism.
Any evidence. There could
Okay,
even be
so-
other evidences, like, hey,
okay.
I know that guy. He goes to my church, or
Okay.
hey, that's my brother Paul, and he's not actually an Orthodox, or hey, there's no evidence at all.
Pretending
None.
to be Orthodox,
Zero,
which
zero.
went in order to post subversive content
None.
and make the church look bad. You can't prove who's
And like the fucked up thing is that like, and again, yeah, the sound effects are cringe as fuck. But like these motherfuckers are basically kind of like using these as non-accounts and saying, and then trying to attack the Orthodox Church. Which again, like from Andrew's point of view, he's saying like these are non-accounts. So you're making the claim that this dude is Orthodox. So you don't have any evidence for that, and then you're using this assumption that he's Orthodox to then start attacking the Orthodox Church, which is a piece of shit move. You know what I mean? And you do have to appreciate Rachel. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, hold on.
Orthodox from a non-account, so they should
I
be
got
dismissed.
sorry, I got a super chat from Rachel Wilson. And I wanted to read that. Thank you for the super chat, Rachel Wilson. She says, we have caught multiple accounts pretending to be Orthodox, which were in order to post subversive content and make the church look bad. You
Yes.
can't prove who's baptized Orthodox from anon accounts. They should be dismissed. Okay, so here's the thing, and this is the question that I'm asking. And hopefully Rachel can clear this up too. If she wants to. So you're saying you haven't seen their baptism certificate. You don't know their church or their parishes. But what I'm saying is that it's possible that they can still be Orthodox, although you haven't seen those things. They can have all of those things, the baptism certificate, they can be just coming out of divine liturgy, all of that stuff. So it's possible that some of these people who are acting, who are bad actors, could be a part of the Orthodox.
And this is the thing, like the whole thing that this dude's trying to do right now is that it's like, well, he could possibly be Orthodox. And even if you are to grant that, that still does not mean you can then start attacking the Orthodox Church. You know what I mean? Even if it came out that this dude was Orthodox and you had undeniable proof that this dude was Orthodox, why are you attacking the Orthodox Church and not this individual? It makes no sense. It's like this whole like group accountability. You know? Like if I'm a capitalist and then I go on like a genocidal killing spree and all this kind of shit, you can't then say, well, this is what capitalism does. You know what I mean? Makes no sense. Well, yeah, like this whole thing every 5 minutes, it's a bit much. It's a bit much, you know? This guy believes everything he reads on the internet, 100%. Like the whole kind of like, I just read the headline of the article. I didn't actually read the article kind of thing. But I believe everything I read on the internet. I'm lying, I don't read. Yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, I'd like take this moment to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. Our moms took Tylenol, okay? This is Tylenol's Anonymous, okay? Don't worry, Shantae. We'll eventually get you reading one day, you know? It's on the internet, must be true, yeah, you know? So it's like this whole thing of like, all these people got exposed with their like envy or their hatred of the Orthodox Church. And now they're trying to backtrack and say, well, he could be Orthodox, but why are you not like calling out the individual? Why are you trying to call out a whole fucking church or a whole fucking sect of Christianity? It makes no sense. But it seems like they're a bit butthurt because the Orthodox are just at another level. They're just at another level. You know what I mean? And like the thing that like I respect most about the likes of Andrew, Jay, and Jim Bob is that like they don't play the whole like team game. You know what I mean? They don't do the whole like, oh, if you call yourself Christian, then you're one of the flock and we'll protect you no matter what you do and what you say and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I have the clip here as well. Like, this is an unbelievable sketch from our boy Jim Bob.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Like, they call out this shit. You gotta respect that. You know what I mean? And I think that's what the atheists and Muslims, like, that's what they worry. Like there's some atheist posts I've seen on X where you can see it from the words that they're using. They're genuinely shitting themselves over like orthodoxy. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch.
It's church.
Yeah, they could also be ninjas in Tokyo. Like,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Both
so
of those
yes,
things are
I'm
true.
gonna go
They
with
could be
yes.
Orthodox, and they could be ninjas in Tokyo. They could be Orthodox. Yes, both those things are true. They could
So-
be either of those things.
Okay, so you guys hear that?
They could
So-
be time traveling samurais. Perhaps I have no idea exactly who they are, what they are, because I don't have any evidence.
Wait, is Rachel Wilson your wife?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining the
She's a
chat.
nice lady, by the way.
Thank you for joining the chat, Mrs. Rachel Wilson. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna go with yes. You said yes. All right. So you're saying that people who are confirmed in your church who could have the baptism certificates and all of that, they are still a part of your church and they're still the bad actors.
You mean, is that possible?
Yeah, correct. That's possible.
Yes.
That some
Yeah,
of these
sure,
anon
of course.
accounts could be actual Orthodox Christians.
Of course, that's possible. But do you
Okay.
equally grant that it could be possible that they're ninjas in Tokyo?
Okay.
Do you equally grant that that's true?
Yeah, let's just say they could be ninjas
they
in
could be
Tokyo and all
ninjas
of
in
that.
Tokyo. Yeah, they could be ninjas in Tokyo.
Okay, but the problem, I ain't worried about the ninjas in Tokyo. I'm worried
Neither am
about
I.
yeah, but I'm worried about that you got people that could be Orthodox that are acting in an unchristlike manner. That's what I'm saying.
I'm worried that you could have ninjas in Tokyo pretending to be Orthodox, acting in an unchristlike manner.
And see,
that's
and
what I'm saying.
and again, and that's very concerning to me that you care, that you're kind of like hand waving their actions almost as if, okay, yeah, you got some people out here who may be a part of the church and they can act in bad faith, but they're still a part of the church.
And again, like the whole kind of like what I highlight there with Jim Bob and all this kind of shit, it's like they have no issue holding each other accountable and all this kind of stuff, you know? And also shout out to Laura. It's like, yeah, it's just the government that's holding back us getting tanks, apparently. You know what I mean? If only we just get rid of the state, then everybody gets a tank. You know? And yeah, 100%. Andrew's absolutely slaying this dude.
And I'm just like,
I don't have any evidence that any of these people are part of the church. That you're just, I don't know why you're adamant that they
because you said
there's
it's
a
possible that they
possibility.
are.
It's possible that they're ninjas in Tokyo too, though. That's the problem.
No, but the problem is this.
Like, what do you mean?
It's like you guys don't really have. You guys don't really
operate off of evidence.
Okay, but it's like you guys don't really have a standard outside of all of this monetary stuff, like, you know, baptism, you know, you got to have a certificate of baptism, you know, being charismated inside of the church. It's almost like the standard is you're a part of the Orthodox Church, and then that's just it. Like, you're not held to a standard of holiness. Like, you're supposed to walk in Christ. If you claim that this is Christ's body, and that person is a part of Christ's body.
I don't understand. Hang on.
Right.
How did we get to that? How did
because
we get to
that is
whether or not these people are Orthodox accounts or not.
Okay. Because
how did we get to this?
Because these people are truly not following the ways of Christ. If your church is the body,
anonymous accounts that we can't determine are Orthodox.
Yes, they're claiming that they're a part of Christ's true body, the true church.
Yeah. Great.
So you're saying that there are people that is a part of the church, a part of your church, that is that they're allowed to act in a certain manner, that they're allowed to misrepresent the body of Christ.
Who?
Okay.
Who?
I'm
Who's
sorry.
allowed to do this? Who?
Okay, so. Okay. I'm asking you, Andrew, you're saying that these people are allowed to become a part of the body. They're part of your church. Hold on, I'm gonna have to turn this down a little bit because some of the super chats are coming through and it's kind of distracting me a little bit. All right. So you're saying that these people are a part of that. It's possible that they're a part of the Orthodox Church, the one true church, but they're still allowed to act in a certain manner as bad actors, people who are misrepresenting the Orthodox Church. And I'm saying that if these people claim that they're a part of the church,
who is being allowed to do that? Who is being allowed?
The Anon accounts, because you said the Anon accounts.
Well, so who's allowing Anons to do anything? You can't stop
your
them.
church, because you said that your church can't do anything outside of it.
What could they do about Anon accounts, dude? What could your church do about Anon accounts?
Okay.
Just be like, hey, that's not right. That's not correct. That's
no.
it,
And
right?
what we say,
that's
no, mark. Okay, so you guys don't mark and avoid. Do you guys practice to mark and avoid certain people who are giving the church a bad name?
Mark and avoid. What does that mean? Like you say this guy's a bad actor, so I'm staying away from him?
Yeah, to say that, hey, this person right here most likely is not a Christian and not a part of any church.
Yeah, I mean, sure. There's all sorts of various Orthodox people who do that all the time. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But you're saying that you have to wait for the authority to tell you whether or not a person is a bad actor or not. I'm saying that the text of Scripture.
What are you talking? Wait. No. Nobody said anything like that.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is that there's no possible way for you or for me or for whatever church you're a part of or my church to possibly make a determination as to whether or not these accounts are even Orthodox. There's no way for us to even know that. So what is the expectation here? What is the expectation that they do about that exactly?
Okay. Because what I'm saying is that if a person is a part of Christ's body, they wouldn't act in a certain way like the Anon accounts. So the people who are doing this stuff with the Anon accounts, that is not Christ-like behavior is my point.
Okay.
So that is a sure way to know that these people are not a part of the one true church that you guys claim, because they're not acting in will of what we read in the Scripture. It's not conducive of what we read in the Scripture of how a Christian is supposed to.
Now I think I understand. Okay.
Correct.
So I want to make sure. I think I got it now. So what you're saying is we can make a determination based on how these people are acting online that they're probably not part of the body of Christ from our view, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. So then all that you're saying is that there's a good likelihood that these people aren't Orthodox Christians because they're not acting like it. Got it.
No, what I'm saying, and this is what I'm saying, is that's what I'm asking you. Are these people, could they still be considered Orthodox Christians, although they act in this manner? I'm
sure some could, depending on what it is that they're at that was more specific and tangible than that. Like, I don't know, let's say an Orthodox Christian goes and he does like some, I don't know what's referred to as posting online, right?
Language, brother.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be like, they're going to separate him from the body of Christ over that. That's why I said what's referred to as that. Okay. I don't think they're going to separate him from the body of Christ over that. No, that doesn't seem, would your church do that? Or would your church be like, hey, maybe a modification in behavior needs to happen here or something like that?
Yeah, well, what we'll do is that we'll
just remove you.
Yeah, no, well, what we'll do is that we would put up a plan to instill some type of church discipline to basically say that, hey, you need to stay off of social media, and maybe we need to have like a meeting hold on one second. That a person needs to stay off of social media. We'll say that, hey, maybe we'll set up like some meetings with some other elders, a part of the church, and all of that stuff. So we could be able to bring that person to
Mhm.
repentance. Now, if that
Does
person,
that require
go
you
ahead.
knowing who the person is? Does that require you
Yeah,
knowing who
it
they are?
does.
Does that
Yeah,
require
it
you
does.
knowing who they are, though?
Correct.
Yeah, of
right.
course. Exactly. Exactly.
Right, but that's irrelevant though. That's irrelevant because we could say that
No, it's
this
the most
person is
relevant
not.
part.
We can say, because here's the thing: we can definitively say that this person right here is not a Christian because of Galatians 5. All right, because Christians don't act
No,
like
you
this.
can't. You can't. No, you can't. Pull up Galatians 5. We'll go through it together because
Okay.
no, you can't say that
All right, so let's pull up Galatians
because
5.
you don't know. You don't have access to their mind state.
Okay,
You don't have access.
Like, this dude is contradicting himself. He's like saying, it's like, this dude is Orthodox because he has the Orthodox cross on the profile, but then he's not acting like an Orthodox. Like, this is not Christ-like behavior. So, is he a Christian or isn't he a Christian? You know what I mean? Well, I think this whole thing is like just a gambit or a ploy to try and, trap. It's like an entrapment thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like they want Andrew or whatever to do a no or whatever. And like I said, we're about to pull up the thing and get into
to
it.
it. You don't know if they're in repentance. You don't know if they have other things going on in their life. You don't know if they're having a psychotic break. Like, you don't have access to that.
All right, so here it is. This is Galatians chapter 5, verse 19. But the works of the flesh are evidence: immorality, impurities, idolatry, sorcery, enmity, strife, jealousy,
Sorcery,
fits of
enmity,
anger,
strife, jealousy.
yeah, rivalries, dissensions, envy, drunkenness, and things like these. I warn you, as I warned you before, that those who do such things will not inherit the kingdom of God.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
Now, can we get to the point where do you not believe that Jesus Christ died for our sins and that people are given grace even when they fall into the sins of the flesh? And the whole point of repentance is that you likely will fall into sins of the flesh at some point.
I don't know what that has to do with this passage right here.
Because this passage right here is demonstrating that you can't make the claim. You can make the claim, hey, from what I'm seeing, I don't see these fruits of the spirit. Let's say I see instead I see the fruits of the flesh, or I see the sins of the flesh from you. But that actually doesn't give you access to the struggles of these things. So people can be struggling with these things. They could maybe be having a psychotic break. They could maybe be having all sorts of spiritual attacks going on in their lives, and they can fall prey to these things. If that's the case, I'm not willing to not say that they're Christians. Are you? I'd be saying that that's a brother of mine who is struggling against the sins of the flesh, and he needs the help of his Orthodox brothers. That's what I would say. I wouldn't say you're not a Christian. That sounds absurd to me.
Seems like that's what Paul. It seems like that's what Paul is saying right now. Paul is saying that they will not inherit.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's talking about how you can make an identification of somebody who's inside of the church, by the way, who is falling away from the fruits of the spirit and into the sins of the flesh.
Okay.
This is a method for identifying those things. It's not a method for separation. That's not what it is. It's not a method for separating them from the church. You want them to repent, right?
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Paul says, will not inherit the kingdom of God. People who do these things will not inherit the kingdom of God. So
have you ever done any of those things?
Okay, I have.
Oh, are you going to inherit the kingdom of God?
Yes.
Okay, well then it must not mean that just because you've done those things, you're not going to inherit the kingdom of God, huh?
Okay, but are you saying that people who are a part of your church who continue in these things will inherit the kingdom of God because they're a part of your church?
Yeah, there's a possibility, for instance, that there's a person who's struggling with alcoholism for their entire life.
Right.
Okay. Their whole life they're struggling with it.
Yes.
They repent all the time, but they keep drinking. Okay. Or they're addicted to their entire life. They're addicted to their
sensuality.
Whole life, and they're struggling with it their entire life. Right. They're repentant, but they keep falling back into it, but they're repentant and they keep falling back into it.
Gotcha.
There's an old Orthodox story about a monk, and it goes something like this. There was a drunken monk his entire life. He drank about a keg of beer a day. And when he died, the bishop came out and personally to go to his funeral. And some of the monks said, well, wait, why is everybody so sad that this drunk died? And he said, because when he died, he was down to half a keg of beer instead of a full keg of beer. So he made some progress on his sins. That's the whole point. That's what theosis is, man. It's the gradual progression towards that which is Christ, not a guarantor that you're going to become like Christ.
Okay, wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. You're saying that because this person did not fully finish the whole keg of beer, that determined whether or not that guy's state or state of salvation?
No, it's determining that he was continuously
pull it back up.
repenting by trying to climb away from the sin.
Okay,
Right? He was
but
trying his hardest to get away from the sin. That's the point. The whole point isn't that you're going to live a perfect life. The whole point is that you're going to be continuously trying to move away from sin. That's what repentance is.
okay, so wait, so hold on. So verse 24, and those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires.
Correct.
So you're saying that the guy who only drank a half a keg of beer crucified the flesh with his passions and desires?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, brother.
Yeah. He crucified his flesh with passions and desires. 100%.
By
He was
drinking
very
that-
repentant of it. He was very repentant of the fact, he was so repentant, in fact, that he was able to reduce his alcohol consumption because of how much progress he had made on his sin.
Okay, brother.
Isn't that what you want? Don't you want people to make progress away from sin?
No, I want people to repent of their sin.
Yeah, but I
Flee-
mean,
flee
have you
from
ever
sin.
repented? Have you ever repented of a sin and then done it again?
Yeah, I have. But guess what?
Okay, well then that's you
Yeah.
working on a sin, man. That's
Yeah,
you working
but-
on sin.
Yeah, but you're saying that because this person only drank a half a keg of beer instead of drinking a full one, that determined whether or not that person had crucified the flesh.
It's not the beer itself. It's an analogy. What it's showing is that people who move away from sin due to repentance may still be trapped in those vices and those sins, but that has nothing to do with the fact that they're not trying their hardest through repentance to move away from them. That's the point.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You can't know that.
Then why are they moving away from them?
Well, this goes right back to the topic of the discussion. You don't know if a person is moving away from sin, especially with these anons who are giving you guys
I'm
a
talking about
bad
people
name.
you know here, not an anon.
But
Yes, you
that's
have no access to know if an anon's doing anything. I'm talking
correct.
about like
So there should be a
person you know.
standard. Okay.
There is a standard, but my whole point is that when you make these claims, hey man, flee from sin. Great. Yes, we
Right.
agree. Flee from sin. Absolutely.
Okay.
But fleeing from sin, from our view, isn't that you're going to repent of a sin and then never commit the same sin again. That's just irrational and silly.
Yeah.
When
All
you
right.
make these declarative claims, this guy over here is not a Christian because of this, and I have so declared it. You don't have access to his life, the knowledge, what's going on with him, his state of repentance. You don't have access to any of that, dude. You can't be telling people they're not
but
Christians.
the text does. The text does. It tells us clearly to judge people, those outside of the church. So if they're part of the church, we are to judge those people. So and that comes from the Bible. So I mean, like, were we supposed to not judge, although the Bible tells us to do so?
Are you saying that the Orthodox are part of the church? Then are you conceding
No, I'm
that's
saying that.
true?
No, what I'm saying is that if they claim to be the one true church, we should be seeing that. We should be seeing them exemplify that.
What does that mean?
That they're supposed to be
What do you mean
showing.
exemplify it?
They're supposed to be the ones who are supposed to be showing us straight up, like, hey, this is the way you do it. When people are doing things and they're
So they're
not
supposed to
showing,
be perfect.
if people are giving their church the bad name and they're saying that we are part of Christ's body, they should be able to say, this is how you rightly judge those who are not following Christ's commandments.
They do. They're not going to be able to do that with a bunch of anon accounts, though, dude.
All right. Well, thank you, man, for showing up, man. I really got to get up out of here. And I really did appreciate this.
Absolutely destroyed. And like I said, like this whole thing towards the end where he was like playing dumb over the whole analogy with the keg. It's like, if the dude got down to like half a keg, is that not progress? Is that not like moving away from the sin? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, and yeah, the stupid sounds like Shante. If you ever do crack time travel, that needs to be the number one thing you go back and do, because unbelievable. Well, up to the next video, we have the Jacebergs. Gonna be a good one, boys and girls.
Let's start, I guess, with the first claim.
Okay.
When you say authentic, I just want to make sure I got this right. When you're saying that she's not authentic, what you're claiming is that she knowingly is not trying to reach people outside of a specific demographic.
I would say so, and I don't even necessarily think that that's a bad thing. You know, like if you're trying to play to a sports crowd, you're going to talk about sports. If you're trying to play to anti-feminists, you're going to talk about certain things. But yeah, I don't think that indicates a genuine desire to convert people, which you guys claim is like a paramount to society, is something that we need to do in order to avoid collapse.
How does one go about converting people to their side if they have a message that those people don't agree with, without conceding to the other side's message?
Well, you don't necessarily need to soften or weaken or dilute the message, but the fact is, the way that it is presented in her case, on the one side, it's extremely dense and analytical, which very slim amount of people are going to appreciate, be it either man or woman. And then on the other side,
my
it's the
God.
alienation. And I'm a
Well,
total
hang on. Let's
brute,
stop.
but I also
let's
don't.
start with
I also
The
don't.
aliens.
Here. Hang on.
It's the aliens,
So-
guys.
The question that I'm asking you is, if you write something, if I write a thing that you disagree with, that's necessarily alienating, right?
No. Just the existence of me disagreeing with it isn't necessarily alienating. But
Okay,
that's
so
not my
then
point.
what makes a thing alienating?
Well, so in the case of
The
occult
aliens.
feminism, the goal, as she describes in the end,
No.
is
Hang on. Before you get to that, just what makes a thing alienating? How do I alienate?
well, I
Exactly.
would what the example I was going to give in the example of trying to reach females. If you're trying to reach a female audience who's less into analytical data, the way to do that is not by presenting them with a book they're never going to read.
Yeah, but that's not answering the question.
What?
How is it
How
is it not?
alienating? Because you're not answering how it's alienating. If
Because
it's
you're
the
not
case that you
trying to.
write,
You're not.
yeah, but how does one prevent that if you write something that other people necessarily are going to? So in other words, there's a feminist. You write like, let's say, just a manifesto against feminism.
Right.
That's necessarily going to alienate feminists.
Right. I
don't understand. I don't even understand the criticism. If I write an anti-feminist piece and I'm authentic about the anti-feminist piece because it's what I believe.
Like, this is the same thing that happened in my debate where it's like, yeah, but your system can be corrupted, but so can yours. You know what I mean? Like, these people don't understand what like valid criticism is. It means that like the criticism only stands to your argument. My argument does not have that criticism. My argument is a solution to that criticism. You know what I mean? And also, yeah, like her voice is annoying as fuck. As Shante was saying, oh, the torture. You know what I mean? And Wagwan, Hallman, Wagwan.
That's necessarily going to alienate. So how exactly is this avoidable?
how is alienation avoidable? Well, I mean,
Well, how's it avoidable?
The
Well, how's it
alienation
avoidable in this
in and of
context?
itself isn't the problem. The
aliens, man.
alienation is just a symptom of it.
Yeah, but
It's
I
a
don't
symptom.
understand. I still don't understand. If I write something which is anti-government, right, and people are pro-government,
How
it's
many
gonna- that's gonna
fucking
be
times is she going to blink? Holy fuck. I didn't even notice this when it was live, but holy shit, she's got such an annoying face. But just watch how many times she's blinking.
alienating necessarily. If I write anti-feminist literature, feminists are going to necessarily
Again,
hate
like
it.
I said, the point.
If I
the
write,
point
hang
of
on, if I
my-
write anti-woman literature, pro-women people are going to hate. If I write, here's a good one, like anti-natalist literature. If I write anti-natalist
Yes,
literature,
it's
pro-natalist
contagious.
people are necessarily going to be alienated.
It's the
So
aliens.
like I don't actually even understand the criticism.
Again, the criticism isn't the alienation. The criticism is that if she's been doing this for over 5 years, she understands at this fundamental level what reaches people and what doesn't, and she plays to the audience that it is gonna, agree with you. It's gonna agree with the slam dunks on silly women saying
Do
stupid
you think
things about
that? Do you think
feminism.
that Rachel ever thought for in a million years she'd be on Joe Rogan's podcast talking to millions and millions of middle of the road people about including Joe Rogan?
Nah,
I don't-
it can't be dry eyes. It cannot be dry eyes. Because I'm pretty sure she has like a massive container that she's drinking water out of. So like this whole like dehydration thing or whatever, there's something wrong mentally with this chick if she's blinking that much. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, folks.
I don't think that I
Do you think that
that
do you think she plotted it out before?
I don't
she
think
was
Joe
so-
Rogan's really
yeah.
that middle of the road when it comes to things like feminism. I think that the
I think his
ideas-
audience is.
I don't agree. I think that especially after the JD Vance and the Trumps and all that stuff, he alienated and ostracized a lot of that fan base that was initially left wing.
No, I mean he still has a massive moderate fan base. Massive,
Okay, and
huge.
that
And
didn't
they-
translate into people suddenly agreeing with her. So
Yeah,
again,
but that's what's in question here. What's in question here isn't whether or not there's going to be people who
She blinked 7 times between one of Andrew's blinks. I'm again, it might be a minor thing here, but like I said, wait till we get into the J Berg shit.
Disagree with Rachel Wilson. There's going to be. The
That's
question
not the
is,
pro-
how do
again,
you
that's not the problem.
how do you reconcile the idea that if you
I
if
think that you
write
guys,
anything
I think
and
that you
people
guys
disagree with
get
it's alienating?
just antagonistic enough, and I think that you guys get just edgy enough, but you won't take the final leap. And I
Well,
think
wait,
that
that's a
in
different.
doing
Hang on,
so,
that's a different argument. You're moving the goalpost now. Now you at first you said that she's not attempting to reach people who disagree with her.
yes, and
Right.
that's part of that point.
Yeah, but now, no, now you're making the claim that she's not doing things which are necessary to what? To convince who of what?
Well, if you need to convince people, the people that you need to convince are moderate men, and the
Yeah.
less
Hey guys, she's blink maxing, okay? You guys haven't heard of it yet, but blink maxing is a way to put off your opponent during a debate. We're gonna make blink maxing great, okay?
leaning women.
Okay, so
These are the
what
people who are primarily affected.
So how's she
by-
going to tell them the truth about feminism and not necessarily have tons and tons of them resist that message? Like, how is that even possible?
The point is not about the resistance to the message. The point is about the deliverance of the message, and she intentionally does so in a way that doesn't pander to anybody but people who agree with her.
Okay, can you give me an example of that?
Yes, like I tried to bring up before, she specifically went into on Joe Rogan. One of the reasons that this was such a niche appeal in the first place was because most women were not willing to do the deep analytical dive, and I think culture hasn't changed that much, and women haven't changed that much. So again, like the
Well,
target
hang on.
you're
She's
worried
talking.
about.
She was talking then, referencing specifically scholarly works. So, her criticism is that feminists themselves have revised history itself, and they've left out the occult roots. They've left out all sorts of the roots of feminism.
Well, she also
and that
brings up
what
the occult
she's-
roots, but she won't
hang
bring
on,
up
hang
the
on,
roots
hang
of
on,
the
hang on,
occult.
hang on. Let me make the case, right? And
Mhm.
her purpose is to revise that from a scholarly position. And she has. She's been revising it. She takes it to anybody who will platform her. She's willing to push in that this was revisionist history and that she's correcting the revisionist history. That's literally what the book is and what most of her appearances in media are about.
Well, if this society is doomed without this information, the focus should be on what actually wins people over and not performative outrage and negligible claims about successful book sales when we know that that's just a marketing campaign.
What? I didn't say anything about successful book sales. I don't even know what you're talking
I'm talking
now.
about Rachel's specific claims and Rachel's specific.
See, you see what I'm saying? She's no excuse of dehydration. Okay? Look at the size of that thing. Look at the size of that jug. Right? I don't want to hear any excuses that maybe she's got dry eyes, maybe she was a little dehydrated and all this kind of stuff. I'm not having none of it. Right? But you'll see here, like, her criticism is that, like, Rachel's book is alienating. And then she's, like, going to have a criticism that you're not alienating the Jews enough, Rachel. Like, what the fuck?
Ties to accolades.
By the way, this bitch is in World War debate. I hope I get this bitch in debate. Because I'll be like, I'm going to be roasting this bitch.
That she like espouses to people.
So you just think that people buy her book because they already agree with her?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
so
that
there's-
I wouldn't be surprised
so all
if
the
in
hundreds
your
and hundreds
debate
and
club
hundreds
you
and
offer
hundreds of-
you told people to
yeah.
buy the book. I wouldn't be surprised if in your
Yeah,
debate
so in
lessons
all
that
of
was
the
a
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of DMs that she's gotten, thousands perhaps, of people saying, look,
sure.
especially women saying, I wish I had known this. Thank you very much. This has just me changed my mindset. They're all just lying to her. They all just already agreed with her.
I mean, that's
Yes.
never what she talks about is people who have, like I said, either said that they have already agreed with her and they're happy somebody's talking about it, which is also the claim you've made, or
No,
they're
I've
people
never
who
made
have
that claim.
suffered the
Wait, hang
cultural.
on. Stop. When have either of us made the claim that it's just people who agree with us who read her book? That you just made that up.
No, I said that you guys specifically said that the people who are messaging you, and
Specifically.
it's been on multiple interviews where you
Yeah.
talk about the people messaging you in are people who are generally people who have already succumbed to like the downside of this feminist ideology and will not be able to have children.
No,
And then on the
that's
other
a
side-
both. You're taking a position that's a both and you're leaving out the and part. I was like, sure, there's people who DM and will say things like, "Hey, I'm really glad somebody's finally talking about this type of thing." That's true, but you leave out the and part of the.
But you're using that as a
Hang
big
on, stop.
substantive
My turn. Calm down. Where there's hundreds of people who send her DMs saying, "I had no idea about any of this information. I didn't know that this was even going on. I really appreciate it." In fact, one of them was from Joe Rogan himself, who DM'd me, and I'll read it for you if you'd like.
Joe
who
Rogan's
said
claim was that he never looked into feminism before, and
that
I'm
he
sure
didn't know any of the information that was based in occult feminism,
Yeah,
which
that's
is not
Rachel.
just about feminism. I don't know why you say that either. So
it's not.
did you
never
read
made
the
that
book?
claim.
Yeah, did you read the book?
I did actually.
Okay, great. So then if you read the book, you know that this dives into more than just feminism. It's getting into occultish roots for how an ideology like this is even allowed to be pervasive in society at all.
Yeah,
Rogan
it's
had-
heavily.
hang on,
You'll
hang on,
refer to
hang-
as heavily
hang-
anti-Christian.
hang
and
on.
you'll- Okay.
Rogan himself said that he wasn't aware of any of this information. He told me, quote, "The book is incredible, right? I really appreciated it. I didn't know any of this information." That's Joe Rogan himself said that.
Joe Rogan doesn't have people on because he's a well of knowledge. He has people on because he's good with debating it, or he's good with having interviews with people. He's good at getting people to talk.
What does that
He's
have
not
to do with
himself-
anything? What does that have to do with
you
anything
just made
I
the
just
claim
said?
like, oh well, we changed Joe Rogan's mind. He had no idea. Like, what are you
That's
talking
what he
about?
said. He said he had
Okay,
no
so
idea about any of
How
these.
does that mean anything?
So if Rogan himself is saying I didn't know any of this information, I didn't
But
have any
he doesn't claim to be
Hang on,
an
stop.
intellect in that
Do you
regard,
want me
so-
to answer the question or no?
But again, you're going off on
Uh-huh.
stuff that doesn't actually answer the question.
It does answer the. I just told you there's hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people who have DM'd Rachel and said,
Sure.
"Thank you very much.
Trust me,
This has been something." Wait, do you want me to just post all the DMs?
Yeah, I mean, sure. That would be fine.
Really?
We could pull them up
Do I
here
really want you
potentially
to
if we wanted
make
to. We could
substance
pull
of
them up
your-
here, the DMs, if we wanted to, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll ask her. Sure.
Okay. And again, like people messaging you saying congratulations isn't evidence of a moving culture.
That's not what I said, is it? Can you repeat
But that's
back
the
what I
point that
said?
we're arguing about right now,
Yeah, but
whether or
that's
not she actually
exactly. I
moves the
didn't
needle.
say that people are DMing her and just saying congratulations, did I? Can you give me the and part? And what?
And I didn't know the
And
information, but that
then-
doesn't mean that this is that's not a sign of conversion.
You
of
changed
saying,
my
"And
mind.
you gave me
I was
information."
incorrect. There's people in my chat right this second saying Rachel's changed their mind on feminism. I guess they're lying too.
Yeah, okay, I buy it.
They're saying it right now. They're saying it in the chat. What, like they're just lying?
Okay, yeah, I do. I think that these are people who again are already
how do
coming
I
from.
verify
If
that
you
any of these
look
people
into
are
their
telling the
accounts, these
truth?
are people who are going to have been largely agreeing or staying neutral or staying out of it.
Yeah,
and like I said,
if
I
they're
like I said in
neutral
my
and
opener,
staying out of it, then she's changing their mind. So
no, she's not. There, it's just
What?
it's
you
Andrew.
just keep saying there's one extra step, and she won't take the one extra step. What is
go.
the one extra
fully
step?
identifying the full scope of the problem,
Which
and
is
then
what?
and then
Mhm.
reaching the audience.
Like half her blinks are just unnecessary. Okay, that's the first thing. Then you have the list shit that's going on, and we're about to go on to the whole. It's the Jews, Andrew. She's not calling out the Jews. You know what I mean? But like anybody who actually has spent time listening to both Andrew and Rachel, like talk about Israel and all this kind of stuff, it's like they have no issue calling out Israel. They have no issue calling out Judaism and the fucked up practices and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, oftentimes they've been accused of anti-Semitism. You know what I mean? And again, like this whole thing of like her fucking whole argument here was like it's alienation because you put too much facts and figures in your book, Rachel. You went too in depth. You know what I mean? But again, a thing that Rachel does is she'll often surmise what she's talking about. But like to say, for example, like let's say we wrote a paper and I gave all the tables and all this kind of stuff, and then I have all the links at the bottom. You know what I mean? You don't have to go through each one of the links. You can read the fucking summary. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. I wasn't aware of the information, but I never liked feminism, but because of personal experiences. Fair point, but once you find out about the whole occultism, the anti-Christian, and all this kind of shit, communism is a factor of this as well. That like layers on top of it. It's like, oh shit. And there's a reason why like all these atheists are anti-Christian, but they've no issue fucking getting in bed with the Muslims. You know, I'm just saying.
That needs to understand
but
why
what's
are
the
they
full scope
who
of the
they're being
problem?
manipulated by, why they're
Oh
being
my God.
Scope of
manipulated.
the problem. What's the full scope of the problem? What is it?
I mean, you're a Christian nationalist. You understand what subversion is.
You're not. That's not answering my question. What's the full scope
You
of the
keep
problem?
saying I'm not answering your
What's
question.
that?
You're not.
Nationalist. You understand what subversion is.
Look at Andrew's face there. He looks over Chaz like, can you believe this shit? And then she's like, you understand what's subversion? And Andrew looks at her like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about?
Christian nationalist. You understand what subversion is.
Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're not. That's not answering my question. What's the full scope
You
of the
keep
problem?
saying I'm not answering your question, but like there is
You're
want
a Christian nationalist. Is not an answer to my question. What's the full scope of the problem?
the full scope of the problem.
Yeah.
Is that if you're trying to give analytical dives, you should be fully transparent about all of those analytical dives. Furthermore, it's
Oh
like
my
I said, it
God.
speaks to authenticity. You'll only touch certain problems and you won't touch others. You'll only talk to people who are in your camp already and not others. There's
Are
a
you in my
reason
camp?
why her story isn't relatable and it's alienating people. And it's not like you guys don't understand this. You
I
know
don't- I-
this,
I
and you
still-
like, and you
I'm
get
still
off on it. You
confused.
get off on being
I'm
the
still
thought player,
confused as
and
to
she
what
gets
is
off on
the-
dunking on feminists.
Yeah, I'm still confused.
But oh my God, man. Like, if you have a community, right? Like, obviously the points that you're making, like you're going to gravitate people towards you and you're going to amass a big enough audience and all this kind of stuff. You're obviously going to be saying things that those people agree with. You know what I mean? But again, her critique is contradictory. She's like, you're only saying stuff to people that you already agree with. But then Andrew literally goes on whatever and like challenges and goes out of his way, like the whole TikTok invasion thing. Like he's going out of his way to challenge. It's oh my God, her face is just so retarded. You know? Why do these clowns make claims and ask for evidence when given a rebuttal? It's mental. It's the it's the what would be the way? It's like the cheap trick, you know? They get called out, they get exposed, and it's like, no, here's the actual reasoning and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, well, you have to prove it. Like, I've just rebutted your claim, motherfucker. You know? It makes it worse. It made me even more against it. 100%. 100%. Lord Random, I think it's because they can't hold their own position or they're just low IQ. Like I said, there's something definitely mentally wrong with this bitch. That is an abnormal amount of time she's been blinking. Too educational, but not educational enough. That's what I'm saying, Shantae. A and not A. What the fuck are we doing here?
Though, as to what the totality of the picture is that she's missing. You haven't actually explained that. You just say that there
I
is
say
stuff,
that
but you won't say what it is.
I have said what it is multiple
What is
times.
it?
I'm
Again,
saying
this is
it's
all
the
this is
Jews,
all an
Andrew.
opinion-based argument. You wanted to get upset with me because I pointed out
Can you answer
that
my question?
I you could do this all night. It's not going to change anything. Even if even when I do answer your question, which I have been doing multiple times, you'll just pretend
No,
it's
you
not
haven't.
an
You
answer
haven't
because you
actually
don't.
here. Okay, hang on. Maybe we
Okay.
can try this a different way, so that we can actually get to the heart of the matter. You are
Okay.
claiming that Rachel will not address the larger problem. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll talk about the 19th Amendment all day.
Okay, hang
We're
on.
talking-
Jesus Christ, Shantae. That is an A1 roast right there, Shantae. I got to give a shout out to it.
fucking man!
Beautiful. Bellissimo, Shantae.
about
Hang on,
why
hang on, hang on,
feminism
hang on, hang
failed women.
I got it. I got the yes. I understand. What in feminism is she refusing to address? What?
Okay, again, It's not that feminism is what she refuses to address. It's
No,
the
what in
audience that she
feminism?
claims that need to get this information most. Is the audience that she addresses the least.
Okay.
So that,
What
that
in-
again, that
what-
leads to a
when
lack
you
of
just- hang on,
authenticity.
you just said in feminism, there's things she's not willing to address on the topic of feminism.
Yes, it's another reason why she's
What?
inauthentic.
What? What is
I
the
told
thing
you, like
she's
the root,
refusing
like
to
the
address?
roots of all this stuff in her book heavily tie into other things she won't talk about.
What?
And she'll okay, well,
Like the peak irony here, right? That it's like, oh, like the root of everything in her book, but like Rachel won't talk about it. And this bitch is actively avoiding talking about it. Like she's a walking contradiction. It's unbelievable. Like I watched this live, by the way. You know what I mean? I didn't even like going back to this. I'm like, holy shit! I should have done the full fucking review on this. Oh well, no, I shouldn't have because that would have been pure torture. I think that was the reason why I didn't review it. It's like, no, man, this is too much. This is too much to put the audience through.
another example is
What?
the pearl.
What are they?
If you just want to go back and forth and have me read off this list again and again and again, that's fine. But you're pretending when I'm actively telling you. It's like the whole schedule debacle all over again. You'll just ignore little bits of information to pretend and to completely redirect and derail the conversation and to
Isn't
unfocus
this the
people.
heart of your criticism? How's it a derailment?
No, the heart.
Like Andrew's literally like why, like what is she not going far enough? Like what is she not mentioning? Like this is the heart of your criticism. Let's actually engage with it. And like her criticism is that like Rachel won't talk about this. And then Andrew's like, okay, let's talk about this. And now she's saying, no, Andrew, you're trying to derail. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Also, shout out to Abby for the $20 in Ko-Fi. I'm telling you, and this bitch is in World War debate. So there's a potential that I might actually fucking face against this bitch. You know what I mean? And it's going to be something along the lines
It's
of this.
fine. Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, unbelievable. Like, her whole criticism against Rachel is you won't talk about the Jews. And Andrew's like, okay, let's talk about the Jews. And she's like, no, Andrew, I'm not going to talk about the Jews. What is going on? What the actual fuck is going on?
Part of my criticism is that she's inauthentically trying to says she's trying to reach people that
Yeah,
she's
but
not trying to reach.
the reason that you're claiming she's authentic is because there's things that she's unwilling to address in regards to
That's
feminism.
part of it. Yeah, that is part of
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Great. So then let's one part at a time, since that's part of it, right?
Mhm.
Inside of Rachel's critique of feminism, let's pretend all of feminism
I
is.
already told you I'm not
just
here
stop,
to
just stop,
argue
just
the
stop, just
merits
stop.
of her point.
Hang on. Calm
But
down.
you're
Calm down.
okay.
Calm
I'm
down.
calm.
Calm down.
I'm
You're
totally
spurging.
calm.
You're spurging. Let me at
I'm
least
not
ask the
spurging.
question.
You're gaslighting.
Let's
It's really
pretend.
funny.
Let's pretend that all of feminism is inside of a box. Everything that everybody will ever know about feminism exists inside of this box. Rachel's focus is everything inside of that box and disseminating all that information to everybody that she possibly can.
Yes, Andrew.
What
we know, but
inside?
the
Can you
criticism isn't
can you
of
let
her
me answer?
points,
Can
the
you let me
criticism
answer?
is of
Can
her
you let me?
tactic.
Can you let me at least ask the question? So everything that's inside of this box is feminism. She wants to disseminate all of what's inside the box. What
She
are
doesn't.
you claiming is inside that box of feminism? She's refusing to engage with or disseminate. What specific things do you think she agrees with your conclusions?
I I mean, if she understands what facts and evidence are, she would agree with my conclusions. That
Okay,
these are
that's not my
these are
question. My
problems.
question, that's not my question is does she?
I can't pose whether or not Rachel would agree. I'm not Rachel.
So if Rachel comes to different conclusions than you do, how could she be being authentic by not providing the same conclusion that you do? That's a bizarre argument too.
You're saying that because I agree with her, I can't find her approach inauthentic. I don't think that that's.
I don't even think he understood what I just said, so I'll try it again. If she comes to different conclusions to what various problems are in society than you do,
But they aren't different conclusions.
Okay,
They're
okay, hang on.
It's
a second.
inarguable what
Then
the
show
roots
me.
of those problems are.
Well, wait a second. Are you saying then that even if it was
Okay, so just to simplify, in case anybody is a bit confused at the moment, this bitch is like, I have different conclusions than Rachel. Andrew literally spends the whole debate saying, okay, what is the disagreements between you and Rachel in terms of the conclusions? What is the delineation between your conclusions? And then she basically just goes on a whole fucking like roundabout fucking, what is it, like the teacups thing, round in circles saying, I'm not here to debate what the merits of Rachel's argument. But Rachel disagrees with my conclusions, Andrew. Like, that's literally the whole fucking debate. You know? She interrupts as much. No, that would actually be a mean feat. You know what I mean? Because holy shit. Ah, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
let's just assume everything you're saying is factual. Whatever that is, everything you're saying is factual. Does that mean that everybody's going to?
Does that mean everybody? We have to let the question come out, and I'm also not sure that you guys both agree on what the conclusion is. Anyway,
yeah, that's my well. That's my whole point. Is like you saying this is an inarguable fact has no bearing at all on whether or not it is the case that somebody would agree with you. So you saying this is a fact, like for instance, an example would be, I don't believe that men can be women. Clearly, there's a lot of people who disagree with me. So that's an inarguable. I think that's an inarguable fact, but there's a bunch of people who disagree with me. You understand the distinction? So if it's the case, we have to start with your position. The supposition has to start with the fact that you think Rachel agrees with your conclusions.
You don't have to agree with reality for it to be true.
Right. But if she doesn't agree with your conclusions, how would she be being authentic by not presenting your conclusions?
I didn't say she had to present my conclusions. I said if you're going to do a deep analysis.
This is why I can't moderate debates. Because I literally would have been spamming this clip the whole debate.
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. I would have been like, Kim, mute your fucking mic. You know what I mean? Just make your argument using Morse code with your blinks. Because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
And do so in a sense that you're trying to present all the facts. You should present all the facts. I get like
yeah,
I said, that is
that's
just an
be,
element to me to my claim that she
what
doesn't have an
facts?
authentic.
What facts is she not presenting? You still haven't ever actually said that.
What are you? Okay. Again, you've minimized them, and you'll deflect from them, and you'll say that they're not actual points, and it's
just go
like conspiratorial level nonsense. I'm sorry, what?
Just go one fact at a time that you think she's refusing to present in her view of feminism. Go ahead. One.
The roots of cultural Marxism and the influence of those who are primarily pushing the anti-Christian subversion.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a huge part of it that she won't acknowledge.
Okay. So hang on.
When we talk about culture,
hang on. Let's just start with this. Let's just start with this. So Rachel Wilson is refusing to directly address the origination of cultural Marxism. Is that correct?
Yes, she won't tell the whole story.
So how come
and I
the
think
entirety?
That she does that for reasons that you also won't.
So which parts? Since she goes into cultural Marxism ad nauseum and the roots of Marxism and the feminists who existed in the Soviet Empire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which parts is she omitting specifically?
Again, that's not the purpose of this debate, is to go into her points.
So nothing. You have nothing. Literally
no,
nothing.
It's not about having nothing. If you
That's
understand
wild
and you
to me.
study
This
this,
is so
it's
fucking
wild
to me. What would the evidence be? The standard of evidence that we should use
for whether or not Rachel is moving the needle when it comes to feminism? What do you want to see exactly?
The same thing you look for when you're looking for a botted audience, and that is actual conversation and actual evidence that the needle is moving. It doesn't exist on her platform.
That's not giving me an answer. You said I would just look for evidence that the needle is moving. That's what's in question.
I would look in the way that people engage with her content, and that's exactly what I just said.
So what?
And the way that
It's like debating fucking Buddhists. You know, like they'll be like, "Oh yeah, like objective truth exists, but ultimate truth, like, does that exist?" And you're just like, you're sitting there, kind of going, "What are we even talking about anymore? What the fuck are we even doing here?" You know what I mean?
What
people
ways?
engage with her content is primarily the people that she's trying to reach. She addresses through rage baity type quips, and
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? Go through her entire social media and highlight all of the different parts.
Yeah, you have the positive claim here. The positive claim is Rachel's not moving the cultural needle.
I mean,
you say the reason. Hang on. Stop. You say the way that we can make the determination of if that's true is by how her content's engaged with, and you haven't been all that specific about what we would do for that. Like what exactly, how we would check this, how her content's engaged with.
Well,
but whatever that is, why don't we just do it right now?
Like, why can't we do an autopsy of her, just her Twitter alone, an autopsy of her videos? I've done that independently, but like I think it would be pretty boring unless you edit that down for a stream, which I'd be happy to do.
Just tell me what. Like what would the metric be for us to determine that?
What would the metric be to determine authenticity of
that she's moving the needle at all?
Again, you can observe that in how the content is engaged with.
Yeah, but what specific things would we be looking for how the content's engaged with to determine that?
Again, the things that I looked for were people who were in agreement versus people who weren't, and the people who all the people, and there's dozens of accounts, if not more, that I've looked into over the last, specifically over the last 9 or 10 days, but over time developing this opinion in the first place. Like
where? On what platforms are we talking about?
On YouTube, on X.
Okay, so do you count when people make hit piece videos about Rachel and all the people who go there?
No, I think that the hit piece videos are a little bit lazy. I think
hang on. Chill. Let me ask the question. You're not even answering your question.
So not even Rachel. Not even Rachel's haters are doing a good enough job, according to this bitch. Oh my god, man, the ego. Ego. I've even watched women on whatever start to change their minds because of Rachel. Yeah, like there's no the last time she was there, when she basically she turned half the sisterhood against the sisterhood. It was a beautiful spectacle, you know?
I don't even get the words out and you're already going. Do we count hit piece videos where there's thousands of people who flock to the hit piece videos to talk shit about Rachel, or the various people who write the reviews of her book and make videos on those and talk about how she's wrong, how she's incorrect, et cetera, when they're critiquing her work? Do we only take videos that show her in a positive light, and so the commenters are showing her in a positive light? Why are we not taking the critical videos as well?
No, what do you mean? I've listened to the critical videos, and I think largely the critical videos. Well, there was Tree of Logic. There was
no. That's all trolling personal shit. I'm talking about people who critique her work.
And that's the large majority of people who have things to say against her.
Most of the people who have to say against her critiquing. No, they're mostly critiquing her work.
Okay, no, they're not.
Yeah,
that's why.
Do you want to go through? Do you want to go through the giant creators especially feminist creators, who bring up Rachel's book and have done huge, long set piece hours reading it, going through it in order to debunk it? Would you like to do that? Because there's tons of them.
Sure. That sounds fine to me. If you have those and you want to send them my way,
sure,
you can do that.
I'll just pull them up now. How come you didn't include any of them?
Include any? I don't understand what your question is.
Well, these are creators who are way bigger than any of the troll creators are.
Again, my point was that most of the criticism that you see, the criticism that circulates, focuses on things that I don't think are relevant. I don't not believe in redemption. I don't not believe in learning from your mistakes. I don't not believe that you can have.
Yeah, I mean, but that's
stronger
irrelevant to what the point is. The point is that there's giant feminist accounts which will critique Rachel's work, and they're going through her work. They must be paying attention to it, right?
Not necessarily. No. Again, like I said,
so they're not paying
majority
attention
of the
to it.
criticism.
What? Oh my god, man! Oh my god! Like they make a video about Rachel's book. Multiple of these bitches make videos about Rachel's book. They make posts on X about Rachel's book. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're critiquing her book. Oh, ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I think Shantae called us at the start where it's like, this is going to be torture. You know? Where is it? Where is it? Yep. Shantae called it. Oh, the torture is real tonight. It is what it is. Welcome in, Dart. Pull up a chair. This is pretty brutal. This is pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure which pisses me off more though. The outrageous number of blinks that this bitches is doing, or just the non-stop contradictions, or the non-stop interruptions. It's quite a spectacle to behold.
Will draw on the fact that they believe.
Let's start with this one. Let's start with this one. Go to Rachel Oates' channel, Women Who Hate Women, the book. We'll just start with the first one. Go to Rachel Oates' channel, 61,000 views, huge feminist on YouTube. Right?
Welcome
almost 400,000 subscribers.
Okay. So yeah, like I said, how is this appealing to people who don't already agree with her? This is just another.
What do you mean? That's an anti-account. They're literally critiquing her work. That's a feminist account. How would they agree with her?
The needle. That's people critiquing her work. That's not.
Why would they be?
Mind.
Well, you said the metric that we would note is how people engage with her content to note if she's moving the needle. This would mean people are paying attention to her content who disagree with her.
Publicly doesn't move the needle.
Well, what does? What moves the needle?
So, like, again, this bitch. For arguments like, Rachel's not fighting with her audience enough. Like, how does this make any sense? Like, and even just like the moving the needle, like even having your enemies talking about you is still like moving the needle. You're making a difference. It's ooh-wee.
What do you mean? Moving the needle means you're convincing people to go from believing one thing to believing another. You're saying that, oh, look, people critique her, so they must be moving. No, that's not how that works.
Well, what? How do we determine whether or not a needle's being moved? Can we look at huge conservative creators who've adopted her talking points? Can we look at the feminists who literally will try to critique her work every chance they get because they're terrified of her? Like, how do we determine she's moving the needle or not?
Again, the way you determine moving the needle isn't by people who disagree with her disagreeing with her loudly.
That's telling me how you don't do it. Tell me we would have a metric to measure this.
Again, that would entail going into how people engage with her content.
Then can you demonstrate how people engage with her content for us?
Well, you just gave the example of people being extremely critical of her analytic work, but that doesn't, like I said, that's not.
And people being very not critical of her analytic work. How? So what are we doing? What are we looking for here?
Again, we're looking for a genuine shift, which doesn't exist when it comes to her audience.
What does that mean? What does that mean? A genuine
That means
shift?
that you're taking people who generally believe. We're looking for like a walk away type thing. We're looking for actual signs.
What does that mean though? A walk away for who? Like what?
A walk away for feminism. A walk away for.
So you're saying that women are going to abandon feminism?
Occultism.
And that's how you know the needle's been moved?
Yes, that's the goal, isn't it? In order to, but for the betterment of society, women need to understand that they've been lied to for nearly a century, and they've been manipulated into doing things that are not only harmful to them socially, but harmful to them mentally. They're taking on dynamics that they're not intended to have. They're taking on roles they're not intended to have, and they are again, it leads to like the Renee Goods and stuff of the world who like think that they can get in the face of cops and not get shot over it. I don't think that, you minus Rachel Wilson from that equation and that changes anything that's happening right now. So I don't, again, there are things that
so let me try, maybe I can try this a different way.
And I think part of that is
who would you say
honesty.
is moving
when you
the
have
culture?
brutal honesty,
Who is moving the culture?
You make people uncomfortable enough to ask the questions, but
Okay,
she's
yeah,
not.
yeah,
She's
but who-
she'll only
Who
address it
is
up to a
moving the
certain point.
culture? Yeah, who is moving the culture? Maybe that's a better question. Who is moving the cultural needle?
Right now, there really aren't very many women who are effectively moving the needle.
Anybody.
Unfortunately.
Anybody. Not even just women.
I mean, off the top of my head, you have the really insane provocateurs like the Myron Gaines and then the Paul Millers, and then you have people who like Joe Rogan, who's capable of just
Myron
creating a
Gaines-
soundboard.
Yeah, so Myron Gaines, you would consider him to be somebody who's moving the needle.
I think that he gets people to ask more radical questions. Yes, and I think the same for Paul Miller.
Okay. Myron Gaines adores Rachel. Thinks her work is
That's fine.
fantastic and also thinks that it's pivotal to a fight against feminism. Let's even assume this for a second, that Rachel's not moving the cultural needle. Let's just say she hasn't moved it an inch at all, not even a little bit.
Mhm.
Do you think she's trying to?
No, I don't think that. Like I said, that's the
Okay.
crux of my argument is that
Okay.
that's not her intention.
Okay, so let's go
I
back
think
to
it's
that.
okay
then.
to pander
What
to
is the what is the intention?
Like I said, the intention is to gain validation and to gain accolades from people who already agree with it, what she's talking about, or who have already
Okay.
seen the negatives of the effects that she's talking about.
Okay. Can you show us any evidence of that?
Yeah, I've demonstrated multiple claims of her.
You haven't
or
demonstrated
multiple
any
points of her
claims. Demonstrate 'em.
inauthenticity.
No. That's not the same claim. Your claim is that
Yes,
you
my claim
believe
is
that
rooted
Rachel
in her lack
herself.
of authenticity. That's
Yeah,
entirely
but hang
right.
on,
Again,
You're hang on.
this is
stop.
why you didn't
Hang
want to
on,
land
stop.
on
Calm
a
down.
topic for the
Calm
debate.
down. Calm
I'm
down.
calm. There's nothing not
I'm
calm
asking
about what.
specifically
Okay.
about this claim. The claim specifically is that Rachel, it's not her intention to move the needle, right?
Yes, I think that's
Okay,
an
great.
inauthentic claim.
Show me the proof.
How am it's an objective opinion.
Oh.
You can't. The proof is
Oh, there's
in
no proof.
everything.
You made
The
it-
proof
you made it
is in
up.
all the
You
points
made
that
it
I've
up.
already laid out.
This is me smoking, like listening to this shit. I'm just like, bro, we have a retard problem. We have a severe retard problem.
Proof
you made
is
it
in
up.
her lack of authenticity in general.
That's
Those are
also your opinion.
substantiating points.
The things that are
Andrew.
also your opinion, they don't agree with me, so therefore they're not authentic.
They don't agree with, but that's again not my point. I said from the beginning I'm not
Then what's
arguing
the-
whether or
what's your
not I
proof of
agree
her
with her individual
authenticity?
points. I
Yeah,
disagree
what's-
with her
what's the-
method.
then what's the
And
argument for her
I successfully
authenticity?
dodged that this entire time.
That-
Very
okay,
hard
then
to set yourself
specifically,
up for that
what
one,
is the authenticity that she's doesn't have?
Have a good one, Abby. Thank you very kindly for the $20. I understand this is like pulling teeth. This is a frustrating one to say the least. You know, I could go for some pudding. Is what is. She should come with a warning. Eye contact had a strobing effect and may cause seizures. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Buckle up, as they say, and have a good one, Abby. Appreciate you kindly. Salutes to you. Salutes to you.
That's not good
Have
enough
you not
for you.
been here for the last 50 minutes?
Well, anytime I hone in on specifics, you don't give me any.
Because the point is to not go into analytical dives about the very like
About your claims?
No, not about my claims, about the details of those individual points.
Yeah, your claims.
No, it's not about the claims. You want to go into the history of all this stuff. I'm just presenting the facts that she won't talk about. I'm presenting evidence that
okay,
she
well, let's start with
doesn't
that.
she doesn't go that
we
she
agree?
herself is not authentic
So can
in
we
her
agree?
delivery.
Yeah. Can we agree
let's go
then
into it.
that part of the authenticity issue is that she won't make certain claims you want her to make?
It's not that I want her to make, it's that these are the roots of these problems.
Okay.
She'll walk up to
Can
the
we
line
start
and she
with
won't.
so we have to start with that, because what you're in order for you to say she's authentic, you'd have to say that she believes the same thing that you do on whatever these issues are, right?
No, it's not a matter of belief when it comes to indisputable facts.
Yes, it is. It would
No,
still be a
it's
matter
not.
of belief. Yes, it is. What do you mean?
What do
Are you saying that if I genuinely believe, like, let's say that I'm colorblind or something, and I think the sky is green, and you're like, it's objectively blue. Am I being not authentic if I'm like, no, it's green because I see it that way? Is that not being authentic?
When you do deep analytical dives with the historical roots of stuff, and you kind of play like blind to a certain element of it in order to not
What
get
element
censored.
of it? Yeah, there we go. Hang on, right? We got it right there.
Yes.
What element of it? What?
I've already gone through all of this.
Tell me what.
Tell you.
What's the element that she's not getting into? What?
The roots of cultural Marxism.
Which
the
is
roots
what?
of the problems when it comes to voting problems in this society. I've already gone over this.
Guys, just quickly, because it's going around in circles again. So Kim, Kim, just to steelman the case, Kim, you think that Rachel is not going into certain elements, those elements being the cultural Marxist aspect and the Jewish aspect, right?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay. Well, what are the indisputable facts that you said that are not up for debate? What are those indisputable facts?
The roots of these movements and the primary groups that are represented in these movements.
Okay, which is who?
Part of it. Again, part of it.
Who is that?
Largely, like I said, that it's Jewish in a lot of ways. It has to do with the ties to occultism. It has to do with the ties to theosophy. Who were the main proponents of theosophy?
Rachel covers Jewish influence in feminism, theosophical influence in feminism, and occult issues in feminism. So which roots is she missing here?
I've already gone over this. I'm not.
No, you actually haven't. You just duck it every time.
I have. You haven't. Every time you've yelled over me to say that's not an answer. That's not an answer.
Nobody's been yelling except you. Nobody's been.
Also, I didn't notice this until now, but she's kind of built like Barney Rubble. She doesn't really have a neck. I'm just saying. Welcome in, Southern Man. Have a good one. No, one step back, exactly. We got Southern chat. We got Picasso. Holy shit, Shantae is here. Wow. You motherfucker. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. We're going through, I don't even know. Like, we're going around in circles at the moment with this bitch. But we're almost towards the end of the video.
Again, I really expected this.
Literally, nobody's been yelling but you. But here, now we're getting into the specifics. Now we're actually getting into specifics.
We have been getting into the specifics.
We really haven't. What you said is no. My argument is about an opinion.
Okay, yeah, good. Well, let's get into the specifics.
I really think that we should get into
we should get into the specifics here, guys. All right. So there's claims being made here, Kim, and the claim here is about the Jewish influence, about the cultural Marxist influence.
No, it's not. It's about the inauthenticity.
Kim, when the moderator's speaking, you don't speak. Kim,
can't help it. She's just been spurting the whole time.
Stop. When the moderator's speaking, you have to be quiet. So we have to go into the details of the claim now. The claims have been made, but now we're going into circles where you're saying you've already said it. But the details of the claim, we do have to go because you are making the claim. So you can't just avoid going into the details about the claim. So let's get into it.
Point. Then the point of this isn't to discuss cultural Marxism. Like I said, that's just
it's to discuss
authenticity.
If it's
authenticity, which the reason it's not authentic is because I'm not gonna. It's not listing the history of cultural Marxism. Anybody who knows what we're talking about knows what that is. I don't need to go into a long-winded speech of cultural Marxism. No, it does.
Okay, then show me what's missing. Then what?
Again. What's missing is the lack of authenticity in her assertion that she's trying to reach a different audience than she is. That's not the case. And you're trying to divert to have me argue.
Kim's muted. I don't know. You're both muted actually. Both of
It
you.
says
Are
I
So
was
the
mu-
debate-
It says I was muted.
The debate is going to become pointless if we keep going around in circles like this. So we have to be able to dive
Because
into
you're trying
the
to redirect the
claims.
point of the debate.
No, I'm not trying to
No, she-
redirect the point of it.
Now she's trying to debate Jake. Holy shit.
Okay.
We have to be
That's
able to
exactly
dive into the claim, and you have to be able to get into the specifics. You can't just make a sweeping
This is
claim
Jake
like that.
during the whole debate.
Yeah, I
not to
well
defend it.
this I don't
No,
actually
the point isn't
understand
to
either.
debate cultural Marxism, you guys. That's nonsense.
No. It's
No,
what's
that's-
Rachel's missing out on. That's the
Yeah,
point that we're
you're
trying
saying
And
to
that
I've
she's not
already gone into that, and again, you don't want to talk in circles, but you want me to talk in circles.
How is it circular? You're saying Rachel's not authentic. One of the reasons she's
Wow.
not authentic is because she won't dive into cultural Marxism. I say, okay,
I
what
didn't
about
say she won't dive into cultural Marxism. I
Uh-huh.
said she walks up to a certain line that's considered acceptable, and then she stops there. The
Okay.
same with you.
Okay, so if that's the case, then with that claim, what you should be doing is telling us what that line is she's stopping at, with what, and what it specifically is she unwilling to talk about in order to make the claim that it's not authentic.
Again, I've already done that. I'm not.
Like the contradiction, the key contradiction here, basically, to for everyone new and you've just joined the stream and all this stuff. And don't worry, we only have 4 more videos because this is basically at the end. We're going to be redirecting into easy, and again, no pressure to watch this live. This is basically just for rewatch value. So if you want to hop over to easy, no worries at all. But like, her criticism of Rachel is that like Rachel is unwilling to talk about the Jewish influence in the likes of cultural Marxism and the likes. I think she mentioned elections, just in terms of like anti-Christian rhetoric and all this stuff. Rachel's unwilling to talk about the Jews. That's the main critique here. But if you notice, she's literally doing this the whole debate. That she's like, I'm not willing to talk about the Jews, Andrew. I'm just saying that she's inauthentic. And she's inauthentic because she's not willing to talk about the Jews, which is what this bitch has been doing the whole debate, as well as blinking at an abnormal rate. I'm telling you, I counted 7 blinks in between her, Andrew blinking once. She blinked 7 times. This is unnatural.
Here to
You
go
actually
into that
haven't.
for the
You actually
millionth
haven't
time.
done that. You actually have refused over and over again to actually tell us.
No, you just yell
what
over
the
me and
actual
say that I'm
thing
not
is.
answering the question. That doesn't mean it
Nobody's
doesn't-
been yelling
Again,
except
I
you.
don't think that you
Literally
have a
nobody's been
relationship with
yelling except
reality. I
you.
don't think that you have any sort of. Again, you wanted this debate to like bicker like over whether or not my opinion is valid or not. I think that I've substantiated.
Which is, that's what a debate. There's two people have an opinion, or they've gotten in an argument, and they fight over who is right or wrong. It is, oh my god, man.
Substantiated the lack of authenticity. I've substantiated
How?
the fact. I've already again. You don't want to talk in circles, but you
I
want me to talk in circles.
explained it, Andrew.
Well, I just want an actual answer to the question.
I gave you an answer to the question.
You
You're just
haven't.
pretending I haven't. Yes, I have.
When I reduce it down, when you say it's my opinion, Rachel Wilson refuses to dive into key issues about the origination of feminism because she'll walk up to a line and then she stops. Right?
Because
Which
feminism isn't the only issue either. Again, you're refocusing on individual things when that's not the
Well,
point.
that's
The point
what-
isn't
but
the
that's what her
individual
work
points. The
is.
point
That's
is
what her
the
work
that
is.
the
Her work's about
inconsistency.
feminism. Her work's about feminism.
Beautiful. Beautiful, as they say. Now, speaking of feminism, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it.
How come boxing isn't toxically masculine? Just in and of itself, what makes it not toxically masculine? It seems to fit all of the traits that you listed for toxic masculinity. So how come the sport itself isn't toxically masculine? What sets it apart?
Well, who said it wasn't toxic?
That's what I'm asking you. Is boxing in and of itself just the act
I
of
personally- Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. Just the act of pugilism in and of itself, 2 men going in and knocking the shit out of each other in a competitive way, which meets every threshold of toxic masculinity that you stated. Is it in and of itself toxically masculine?
I personally don't see a purpose in boxing, and I would consider that a byproduct of an example of toxic masculinity.
Same with UFC.
I don't watch UFC, but
Same with all
I'll see
male dominated team sports. For instance, why isn't football toxic masculinity? Why isn't basketball toxic masculinity? Why aren't those things which fit the definitional criteria perfectly not toxic masculinity? Why not? What makes them different?
Well, I can't think of I'm not gonna consider how sports are related to it, but when you mentioned boxing, I don't see the point in pummeling somebody to the point where they have serious cognitive effects later on in life. I don't see the point in that.
So
But-
therefore it should be abolished,
Yeah.
right?
I didn't say it should be abolished. I
Well,
just-
why not? Why wouldn't you want to get rid of something that's toxically masculine? Why do you want to keep something which is toxically masculine as part of society? Exactly. That's weird to me.
Do
Why?
do you think it's a problem to have a sport that encourages negative health outcomes in the future?
Hell no. I think that's
It's a problem. So if the boxing is a product of toxic masculinity, and these are the problems that are known to arise from boxing, then it's a problem. I didn't say anything.
no,
about
no. You're
boxing.
claiming. Hang on, hang on.
No, but I just
Yeah,
asked
hang
you
on,
if
hang
it's
on.
problem.
This is
I
that
just
we have a
asked you- I
distinction.
just asked you if it was a problem, and you said
Yeah, from my view, it's not. I'm talking about your view.
no. But I asked you is
Yeah.
if there a problem with a sport that is known to cause significant cognitive
And the answer
health-
from me was
You
what?
said yes. You
The
said
answer
yes.
from me, no. I said no.
Okay, we can play that back, but you
Said
said
no. No, no, no. It's fine. If they want to knock the shit out of
Okay,
each other, I'm
alright.
fine with it.
Okay,
At least that's what I meant by
Fine with that.
yes. Right?
Okay, you're fine
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah, I'm
So-
fine with it.
Okay, so I have a couple things I want to address.
Well, hang on. Before we do, I want an actual answer to my question. Why aren't all team sports, which are men driven, what makes any of them not toxically masculine? What's the threshold breaker? Because they
Well,
fit your criteria perfectly.
Athleticism does not fit with the concept of what toxic masculinity.
I didn't say athleticism. I
Yeah, but
said
basketball,
male driven team
basketball,
sports.
football,
Yeah, basketball, football. Tell me
those
which
are all male
criteria.
driven. That's part of athleticism.
Yeah, which criteria don't they meet? Football and basketball for toxic masculinity. What criteria are they not meeting?
I didn't say that they met a criteria, so I don't.
I'm asking you what criteria aren't they meeting?
Well, what's the point in the question?
Because I want to determine if from your view, football and basketball meet all of the criteria you gave me for toxic masculinity. And if they do, okay, then what is it that they don't meet as far as the criteria? What don't they meet?
Not gone to the extreme of being harmful.
What is it? No, of course they are. They do the same exact thing boxing does. They beat up your body. They cause brain damage, especially football.
Basketball causes brain damage.
Oh, of course. Yeah. It causes stress on the body. It causes limb damage. It causes all sorts of damage to the body. You think that professional athletes who go in there and they're running practices like this for hours and hours and hours at a time aren't damaging their body and long-term health? That's insane. Of course they are.
Okay. Well,
So what is it? So what is it specifically that makes these two sports not toxically masculine? What?
I don't find them harmful to society. They're not.
What is it?
They're not harmful to. They're not. They're not harmful. They're not toxic.
How could it not be harmful when the players are
There's
getting?
nothing wrong with being. There's nothing wrong with being.
How are they not
competitive. There's nothing
harmful
wrong
when
with
players
competing.
are getting their
There's nothing wrong
brains?
with competing?
How are they not
at a
harmful when
professional level.
players are getting their brains bashed in football, right? They're getting concussions. Sometimes they die. They get all sorts of long-term health ramifications. They get brain damage, all the same shit you see in boxing. How are you going to say that's not harmful? How's that not harmful?
First of all, football is another sport I don't get. But I don't watch football. But I'm just saying that for sports that where there's nothing wrong with being competitive as an athlete or perform
Yeah, but
at a professional level.
Yeah,
There's
but I think you're missing the point of the inquiry. The point of the inquiry is to say toxic masculinity needs to stop because it's bad for society, right?
I said toxic masculinity is a problem.
Okay, and that
wanna
well,
address what the
I'm sorry.
problem
Do you usually solve problems or do you just not solve problems? Because I
Yeah,
think
so
you.
so
Okay,
solving
great.
problems is looking how
Bear in mind, this bitch's whole opening statement was she tried to get cute with it, saying like, "Oh, imagine if like women were like doing all this shit, like women ruled the world and they were like abusive to their husbands and all this kind of stuff." Tried to play coy in terms of that aspect, you know what I mean? Which props for the effort, but kind of fell flat on its face. But Leslie here, is basically in a tough scenario here because she's basically saying we need to rule out toxic masculinity, but based on her definition of toxic masculinity, we'd have to effectively get rid of all sports. NFL, NBA, UFC, boxing, all of it. We have to get rid of it. That's the logical entailment of her position that she's put forward, and she gets destroyed.
How things get to an extreme. So you address it before it gets to an extreme.
Yeah, but I mean, football's
there's
already football. What's an extreme of toxic masculinity?
It's just like hazing in sports was part of the sports culture, but when the industry looked at it and realized, well, there's a problem with it, that's kind of being taken out of the realm of sports. So you can still have sports.
Well, hang on. Back up for me. When you say an extreme example of toxic masculinity, you just mean toxic masculinity which causes harm. That's it, right? That's all you mean by extreme?
I mean, when you look at the extreme, when what it means to be a man is taken to the extreme and becomes harmful, that is when it becomes toxic. So
but what is the harm?
Those problems removed.
Yeah, but how do you yeah, but when you're demonstrating harms, right? This is bad because it's harmful. If you are damaging your health by playing basketball professionally, how are you going to tell me that's not harmful?
Well, you can engage in any kind of work, whether it's physical or whether sitting at a desk without.
So all competition is actually harmful.
But when you're actively putting yourself in a position to be pummeled, I don't understand the point of that. I don't see
what form of competition is not harmful. You're always harming somebody.
Not physically, not necessarily physically.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's physical. Bullying isn't physical. It can be physical, but it's not necessary that it is. What form of competition do you ever engage with somebody in where there's not a loser and therefore harm?
Yeah, but competition is not toxic. So I don't understand the point of that question.
What do you mean it's not toxic? I thought all that toxic meant is competition that's masculine or some sort of masculine characteristic which causes harm. The harm is the problem here, right? It's the harm aspect that we want to, because you don't care about toxic masculinity if it's not harmful, right? You don't give a shit.
Well, then in that instance, it's not toxic. So
right, because it causes no harm. I'm saying that almost all forms of competition cause harm, though. Almost all of them. So if really what your goal here is just basic harm reduction, and you think addressing toxic masculinity reduces harm, why not take it to the next step and address all competition, since all competition causes harm?
Because as I said in my opening speech, too much of a good thing becomes a bad thing. You chose to focus on sports or competition. I didn't say that. What I want to do is make a distinction between there's nothing wrong with something but it can become toxic when it is when it's in its most extreme form. So there's I don't understand the point in bringing up.
Yeah, I don't. What do you mean by the word extreme there? What does that mean when you say extreme there?
Because
hang on. I'm not asking you to give me a because. I'm asking you what specifically when you say this is extreme. What does extreme there mean? What does that mean?
Well, it's the difference between, say, jealousy and envy. It's the difference between.
Those are examples. I'm asking what it means.
It's an analogy for the extreme when it's too much of something.
Okay, so extreme just means
a good thing is a bad thing when you've gone to the extreme, or when you've done too much of when it's too much.
And how do we make value assessments on when something's too much?
Well, when it becomes harmful.
Okay, so then the whole point here is to reduce harm.
Okay, so you take.
So then hang on. So hang on. I'm just making sure we get clarity here in the semantics so that you can't weasel out of this. Really, your goal here is to make a reduction of harm, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Okay, great. If that's correct, and then you're addressing toxic masculinity and saying toxic masculinity causes harm, things which are toxically masculine are harmful. Therefore, I suspect that you want to eliminate those things or remove those things, right? That they cause harm.
Yeah, in some instances, it needs to be eliminated or just revisited.
So we should eliminate boxing.
No, It's
Why?
what I'm saying is that
Why not though? That would
Well, that-
definitely reduce harm.
oh, okay, so or sorry, then maybe there's a way to approach the sport of boxing where that can be eliminated. If maybe it is found years later that the sport is not something that is healthy for
Like, this is the crazy thing, man. Like, with lefties in general, all this kind of shit. Like, they'll have their like rhetorical slogan, or yeah, like the basically like their slogan and all this kind of stuff, and they put zero amount of critical thought into it. Like, they'd be like toxic masculinity. Now, they never fucking talk about whether or not femininity is toxic, right? And one could argue the fact that we live in a single mother world, you know what I mean? Plenty of households is a single parent household. And those kids oftentimes have worse outcomes. And they're basically, the majority of the time, they're being raised by their single mom. There are single dad households and all this kind of stuff. But the majority of the time, they're being raised by a single mom. And then even in school, I think it's like 70% of the teachers are female as well. So in terms of the aspect here, it's like, well, if we're going to talk about toxic masculinity, surely we should also have a full encompassing picture and point out the toxic femininity to it as well, right? Like I said, like we done with Marx. You know what I mean? We called out communism, and then, like I said, we also have to call out capitalism. You know what I mean? We can't just like sit back and just like not address any of the potential weaknesses to capitalism, which is global capitalism or anarcho-capitalism and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's how we get a synthesis, a better solution. You know what I mean? But Leslie just wants to sit back and say toxic masculinity, men this, men that, and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's weak sauce. This sauce is not spicy. It is weak sauce right here, Leslie. Do better, Leslie.
any individual to be partaking in, who knows, maybe in the future, maybe taking
I'm talking about right now. Right now, two men walk into a ring and they beat the holy shit out of each other with their fists.
I don't see the point in that.
Yeah, I'm not asking if you see the point in it. I'm asking, since it's obviously toxically masculine by your definition, because it causes harm, masculine behavior which causes harm is toxically masculine.
I didn't say masculine behavior causes harm.
I didn't say that. No. Hang on.
You're making a connection between masculinity and violence, which I didn't.
No. I'm not saying that I'm not saying you're claiming that masculinity itself is harmful. I'm saying that you're claiming that a masculine trait, which is taken to its extreme here meaning harmful, is the thing you're trying to stop. So a masculine trait which leads to harm, right? That thing you want to stop that thing, correct?
I don't. It's hard for me to say I want to stop it because there's more that goes into it. But at the end of the day, I think.
Well, I don't. Then
the product of.
Then now I don't understand.
At the end of the day, why do you not want to stop the toxic masculinity? What are we doing here? Like, what the fuck's this bitch talking about? Toxic masculinity is a problem, but I don't want the solution. I don't care about a solution. This is literally like, I don't know if she's intentionally doing this or not, but she's exposing the leftist fucking playbook here. Where they just want something to complain about. They actually don't give a fuck about a solution. And if you actually do present them with a solution and get rid of the problem, they actually fucking get angry at you. That's what's going on here. You know what I mean? You clean up the streets and all this kind of shit, they'll start fucking like taking shots at you and all this kind of thing. What are you doing getting rid of me problem? I was enjoying the fact that I could complain about something. Now you got rid of the thing I was supposed to be complaining about. This is mental illness, bro. This is mental illness. Bunch of naggers.
The position. So
complainers.
Honestly, I don't actually understand the position. I asked you specifically, You said you said that you want to stop extreme versions of the whatever the masculine behavior is. When I ask what does extreme mean here, you say what extreme means here is too much of it leading to harm. So this means masculine thing plus too much of it, which leads to harm, is the thing we're trying to reduce or get rid of here. Boxing meets the criteria of too much of masculine thing, which leads to harm. So why aren't we getting rid of boxing then?
Okay, can you not create a complete face guard or something? Can you still not?
You're still going to get harmed.
participate?
You're still going to get harmed.
still not
Getting
participate
punched in the
in sport?
face is harmful.
If you were to create a mask that covers your entire face, can you still
Welcome
not
in,
participate
Gordon.
the sport of boxing? It's the same as
No, you can't. No.
It's the same thing as hockey. Once upon a time, they didn't have face guards.
And you know what?
And
what's a prime eating?
Flying at your face.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's make a safety. Let's look at safety and create a face guard for hockey. So that changed it. So it is safer to play hockey, but you can still play an arena of hockey.
Yeah, but in hockey, one of the things that they do is take their face mask off and kick the shit out of each other, and it's completely legitimate to do in the game because it's part of the rules of the game. And when you're talking about boxing, the thing that makes boxing interesting and the reason why men want to compete in it is specifically because they're not wearing face masks and they want to punch each other's faces in the most professional way possible to win lots of money and compete with each other. And even if it was to be the case that you came in as mother nanny to tell men, this isn't very good for you, put your face mask on, and they put face masks on, you're still getting hit in a mask. It's still going to snap your head and this and that. It's still going to cause harm. So we should just get rid of it, right?
No, you just find a way to address it.
Okay,
That's
what's
my
the way that you would address boxing where it 100% would cause no harm?
I don't know. I'm not a boxer.
You don't know. I don't know.
So when I research the sport of boxing, then I can let you know. But I'm not a boxer. I don't participate in that sport, so I'm not the one to be asking that. You have to speak to an athlete in that realm.
Okay, well then let's move on to. We'll move on to something else then. How about?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you do an inquiry. Fine.
So you said that when you mentioned examples of how toxic masculine men are actually the ones that women go after. You mentioned Elon Musk. He's that's like 14 different children, different mothers or whatever. So then it's fine to create a broken home then, because it's funny that you also said that one of the problems.
Oh my, what? Can this bitch actually finish a fucking sentence? You know what I mean? And then at the end, she's like, well, you actually agree with Elon Musk. It's like, no. He used Elon Musk as an example of how women actually claim that they're against toxic masculinity. But as soon as a toxic masculine dude comes nearby, they're fighting with each other to try and get on his dick. That doesn't mean that Andrew agrees with toxic masculinity. He's pointing out like Elon Musk, Andrew Tate, etc., where these women, these chicks will say, he's a meanie. He's toxically masculine. And then when the cameras are off, they're literally chasing after them. What a dopey cunt. Leslie, do better. Do better, Leslie.
Problems of that. One of the problems of that speaks to the already men. You were quick to say single mothers.
Today, Junior.
So can you?
There's no contradiction there.
So it's fine if Elon Musk is a toxic masculine.
Hang on, wait a second.
But
do you know the distinction between it? Do you know the distinction between a descriptive and prescriptive claim?
Explain that.
Okay, descriptively, I'm telling you something that is. Prescriptively, I'm telling you something that ought be.
That is will not be.
No, ought to be.
That should be.
Should be. It's prescriptive. This should be. Descriptive is this is. Me explaining to you that Elon Musk is rich, is lots of women, and is having lots of children is in fact the case. Do we disagree on that?
Is that a problem?
No. Well, hang on. Before we get to that, do we agree that is in fact the case?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Now, you forgot in the rest of my opening statement where I said, as a Christian, right, I actually battle against red pillars and people like this who prescribe this. But it's just with another form of what you would consider toxic masculinity to be, which is something which is based in patriarchy, female submission, and the idea that men are the heads of families and the head of the church. So that would actually combat single motherhood, since within my toxically masculine worldview, the entire goal of having children under God is through a marriage, right? And you have the support system of the church which assists with that. So one of the major reasons you end up with divorces, and you see so few divorces among the really, really heavily religious, is because of that support network. So it addresses both of these things. It's both descriptively true that I see lots of these red pill guys, lots of hot women.
Whoa, Picasso. She's not pretty dumb. She's fucking retarded. Get it right.
Rolling in the money, and tons of more women seem to show up to have lots of with them every time they turn around. And it's the case that I think that my worldview is superior at the same time.
Most wallets still plug into the same system we were trying to escape in the first place. And that's why Rumble built Rumble Wallet. It's a self-custodial wallet.
Be a nice guy
that actually defends free speech and financial freedom.
Nah, you can either be a nice guy or you can be a good guy.
Touch your funds.
All right, nice guys are not good guys.
On your terms. So if you're serious about sovereignty, financial and digital, this is where you level up. Go to wallet.rumble.com or search Rumble Wallet.
And we're damn proud, Shante. We're damn proud.
Phrase and move your money.
Extra strength too. I blame the Tylenol. The extra strength.
So Elon Musk, as your model, as a representative,
My liver's fucked.
Of toxic masculinity, do you think it is a problem that he's going out and creating broken homes?
Exactly, Jeff.
Sure. Think it's terrible.
So you have toxic masculinity as a problem.
Well, that's not. Hang on. But I'm combating it with even more toxic masculinity.
You mentioned.
No, I'm combating it.
Model.
I'm combating it
as somebody who represents what toxic masculinity is about. Yeah. You said, he gets to sleep with a bunch of women. He has all these children, and it doesn't matter because for whatever reason, he can do what he wants to. That's
yeah. Let me.
To be fair to Elon Musk, though, I don't know how I should say this, but to be fair to Elon Musk, one could make the argument that's just his African culture, you know? Too far? I'm just saying, having a bunch of...
I understand. I understand what you're... Yes, I understand your point.
Is that a problem?
Yes, let me give you the response. Let me give you the response here, right? So when I say, yes, I would combat Elon Musk and his ideology of having with lots of women to have children all over the United States, that has no bearing on whether or not I would use the most toxically masculine cultural religious practices of our time, which is patriarchal Christianity. So you're just back to the same problem. I might say, hey, I think that this is harmful, but I'm combating it with actual toxic masculinity. So what do you mean? If the answer to toxic masculinity being harmful is just more toxic masculinity, then sure.
So basically we agree that toxic masculinity is a problem.
No, it seems to be a solution, actually.
Yeah, how could it be a solution if you're admitting yourself that who you consider to be a model of the toxic masculine man that men want, he's a problem. What he's contributing to.
No, what I'm admitting to is that we need a much more toxically masculine system to combat this toxic masculine system. It's not even a good enough toxically masculine system. Okay. It needs to be more toxically masculine, way more. There's not enough of that. He's only going part way into toxic masculinity. I'm talking about full on church submission.
All the way, baby.
Elon Musk is like, I'm half egalitarian. I actually respect these women. This is fine. From my view, I'm like, these women are who are basically selling their womb for $1 million to a millionaire, right? So I'm like, more of this toxic masculinity is what is necessary to save us from these half measures of toxic masculinity.
So these that you call that are engaging with men like Elon Musk. You said.
Hang on. Hold on. I just want to make sure we get the semantics right.
Okay.
When I say, I'm specifically saying these women are selling a service to Elon Musk in exchange for money and material gain. Do you agree that that's true? That they're doing that?
Sure.
Then they're
Sure.
yeah.
Did you not list material gain as one of the
Not gonna lie though, if I was a billionaire, like a multi-billionaire, I probably would do the Elon Musk shit because, like, you know what I mean? Because think about it. That dude, like, if he marries a chick, like, imagine if he married Ashley St. Clair. Like, that bitch would literally have, like, half of SpaceX. She would have, like, rockets. She'd have access to rockets and shit. Do you know what I mean? At some point, it's for national security. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit! Like, there's some of the women that I'm not even going to get into it, but like the shit that she's been saying with Hassan, like that whole spiel. Oh my god, man! No, but I'm saying, like, think about what she's doing with Hassan now and all this kind of shit. Which again, this whole thing with like the whole like stepdaddy thing and all that kind of shit. Pretty abhorrent, you know? Like, jokes aside and all this kind of shit, but like, think about it. Like, if she got access to like half his companies, you know, it becomes a national security issue, you know? But I don't know, man. Like, would you really want to be married to someone like Elon Musk? Tough. It's tough. Like, it's like with video gaming. Trying to give you an example, like video gaming, right? When you're in like the low skill, like, think of like competitive gaming. So whatever competitive gaming you want to go with or whatever. There's going to be like a meta for like the newbies or the lowbies and all this kind of shit. And then once you get to like the elite gamers, there's going to be a completely different meta, you know? And I think that's what like Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, and all this kind of shit is trying to explain to these chicks. And also trying to, you could make the case that they're trying to kind of misguide a lot of young men, into like having like the mentality of like one of these elite gamers when realistically they're a low skill gamers, you know? That's what I say. You know, be careful what you wish for. A lot of people like wish to be a billionaire. I don't know, man. I don't know. And like I said, I could give the argument like that could like help some of these ladies out, but I refuse to do so on pure like fucking merit. You know what I mean? They don't deserve any help. Like you go back, like Abby was mentioning, like she's gonna go back and check all the videos. You go back, like you'll see me like I'm genuinely trying to like, you know, make like extend an olive branch to some of these cunts. And I get called a fucking Nazi, a fucking bigot, a transphobe, a homophobe, and all this kind of shit. And I basically kind of like have come to the conclusion that maybe the Georgia Guidestones were right. Maybe we need to have a fucking call with some of these cunts. Because you can't deport, like, for example, if you're a Canadian, you can't deport Justin Trudeau. So what the fuck are you going to do with the likes of Justin Trudeau and everyone who thinks that he's a great guy, he's a nice guy? Think about it. Millions of people voted for that cunt. What are we going to do with those fuckers? I'm just saying. You know? I'm sitting here like fucking this, looking at these cunts. You know? And sure, fucking, when you look at Europe and where Europe's going, I'm not going to say what the plan is, but by 2030, there's going to be some shit that's going to be happening. And everybody's going to be raising their eyebrows going, what the fuck is going on in Europe? And I'm going to be like, listen, lads, I tried to fucking tell yous, you know? It is what it is, Shantae. It is what it is. At this point, a bullet would be fucking a reprieve. You know what I mean? I'd welcome it with open arms. Okay, maybe not, but you get my point. You get my point.
Benefits of toxic men.
Sure, it can be a benefit to some men.
Okay, so it's not a benefit for women.
It can be a benefit for women too.
So is it a problem? So is it a problem or is it not?
It's not a problem. To material gain in and of itself wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Materialism, from my view, would be a problem, which means that solely you are pursuing something for the purpose of material gain and only material gain. I would consider that problem.
And sorry to pause so quickly in this, but like bitches like Leslie, right? What they're unaware of is like they're playing into the hands off the Andrew Tates, off the Elon Musk, and all this kind of shit. Because when they do this whole thing of like trying to feminize men and all this kind of shit, there's still going to be the billionaires. There's still going to be the dudes that compete and go to the top echelon and all this kind of stuff. And effectively, what they've done is they've bastardized like the blue collar man so much so, and especially like I've been digging into this whole was it birth control or like the pill and all this kind of shit. It like distorts like women's hormones to the point where like they what's the word? Like it distorts their kind of like image of men to the point where it's like they look down on like the blue collar worker, when for the majority of women getting themselves like a blue collar worker that like is not, let's say it's not an F1 car. Like this dude's not an F1 car, but he gets you from A to B. He's going to be there for you. He's going to be a father to your kids. He's going to like be a good man. You know what I mean? They literally demonize that dude. And like we were saying, like the description of like what women will like, they can't fight against it. Like just look at their literature. It's always like bestiality or some billionaire bondage hunt or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So they're feeding into that system. You know? So I keep saying, Leslie, do better. Do a bit of critical thinking. Learn what reason is. You know? Do a bit of thinking for yourself and don't just fucking read whatever the feminist literature is telling you to do. You know? But it is what it is.
Problematic, but not very toxically masculine. Usually the toxically masculine are doing the things they're doing for some higher purpose than just for the purpose of owning something. There's some other purpose behind it.
Oh, and what higher purpose do these highly competitive toxic masculine are they usually looking for?
Things like status, you know, things like respect, stuff like this. Things which you would consider to be immaterial concepts, not material concepts. But materialism can be part of those concepts. Like, for instance, if you wanted to have status, I think that if you had 14 really, really hot chicks who followed you around everywhere half naked, that could be conflated with some sort of status symbol.
All right. So is that a problem?
Well, from my view, I would consider that to be immoral, but not toxic masculinity. It's a half measure of toxic masculinity. It's still giving way too much. What it's doing is it's giving way too much egalitarianism to women. It's still settling women in some sort of equal phase. And I don't consider that toxic masculinity. I consider that more egalitarianism. We need toxic masculinity to fix that sort of degeneracy. That's what I think.
Okay, so the degeneracy, I just want to be clear, the degeneracy that toxic masculinity is supposed to fix is what, in your words?
It would be things like massive promiscuity, going after materialism just for the sake of materialism, the idea of having no kind of moral barometer whatsoever, the idea of egalitarianism, that men and women are interchangeable widgets. These would be the things that toxic masculinity would be fixing, yes.
Even though male promiscuity.
And like, fundamentally, here's like the proposition where it's like Andrew's kind of saying, it's like, here's the current set of rules, here's the current like state of the game, right? Where all you bitches are doing the whole sisterhood feminism thing. What that's going to cause or what that has been causing, is this thing where it's like you're basically convincing women not to go for the dude that they should be going for, like their best option. Right? What's going to lead to is like they'll become sex workers, or they'll just like monetize their pussy, the whole materialism thing. They monetize their pussy. You see the whole OnlyFans things and all this kind of shit. Eventually where that will go down, because the other kind of like key factor I don't think that's mentioned here, I didn't watch the full debate, I don't know if Andrew kind of points this out to her, is that we're in a population collapse, or like we're below birth rates, right? So eventually what's going to happen is either through war or like some sort of like event's going to happen where a lot of males get wiped out, either through like physical like war, like they go to Ukraine, they get blown up by a drone, all this kind of shit, or they just put so much negativity on the blue collar worker, on like the average Joe, and demonize him so much more, to the point where it's like the women will go in droves and in masses to the dudes. And like as a man, right, if I'm like that billionaire type, I'd be like, okay, the only way to keep the population up is if I start doing the whole Jehovah's Witness, or the whole Mormon thing, where it's like, right, I'm going to have like 10 women. I'm going to like get them to sign some sort of a contract where they have to raise the kids like Christian or some shit like that. You know what I mean? To try and correct the shit show that we're in. You know what I mean? And like, that's what like you have to like point out, or you try to point it out to these women, and then they say, no, that's never going to happen. You know what I mean? We're the sisterhood, we're feminisms and all this kind of shit. You know? It is what it yeah, but bad cramps, what I'm trying to point out is like it's literally nothing got to do with the men are still the same men that like was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and all this kind of shit. You know? Now some have like done the whole trans thing and the gay thing and all this kind of shit. It is what it is. Right? But like your average blue collar worker, your average Joe, right? He's still the same dude. He'll do his 9 to 5, and like he's more than willing to do those 40 years or 50 years to support a family. But what's changed now is the women have demonized that dude to the certain point that they'd rather be in the fucking woods with a bear than that dude. Like, think about the Whatever podcast. He needs to make $300,000 a year. He needs to make $1 million a year or whatever. He needs to be a billionaire and all this kind of shit. And it's like, okay, if you convince enough women that that's what they truly want, and again, there's like the chemical thing with the pill and all this kind of shit, right? That aspect is going to lead like these women in droves, where it's like basically like the billionaires kind of thing, you know? And these women are not going, like, they think that what Andrew's preaching, like the patriarchy is oppressive. Okay, what happens when you're in a relationship with a billionaire and there's like 20 other women, there's 20 other mothers, and all these other women are now keeping you in line? Do you know what I mean? That's the thing, you know? I agree though, Teriak. You right, Big Irish. Like I said, man, it's one of these things that it's like, fuck it, man. It's like someone's got to tell them. Like the Patrice O'Neill clip was like, somebody's got to tell you, you know. And I at this stage, I don't care. I've been called every name under the sun, you know. Tag me in, coach. You know. Well, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Toxic masculine.
That's not that was nowhere in your definition. So
that's not in my, well, I had to pick one of several definitions, but
well, next time you better pick one that includes the thing that you're making the claim about, huh?
If you look at definitions, any kind of definition online, promiscuity in males, or the ability to attract female attention, even when you refer to a couple examples of if you have several women on your arm, and that constitutes status, that is all linked to promiscuity among men. So why is that not a problem? You just said that that toxic masculinity is supposed to fix the issue of promiscuity, but now all of a sudden it's fine if promiscuity is good with men. So I'm a bit.
I don't have any idea how you even came to this conclusion. So
No, you said
so
that
here's my position.
you talked-
I'll
you
make the
talked
position
about-
clear.
Hold on, let me just
Okay, go ahead.
because you said you weren't clear, so I'll make it clear.
Okay.
You were saying that one of the examples you use about toxic men, toxic masculine men who are
I didn't call them
them
toxic men.
One of these ways that these men can achieve status is with they'll have a bunch of women on their arm. Maybe I was wrong in not choosing one of of a million definitions.
I think I figured out the disconnect
masculinity,
here actually.
But promiscuity is part of that type of prowess in men is also part of the toxic masculine behavior. So
Then you're just adding things to your definition.
So if you are saying that toxic masculinity is supposed to fix promiscuity, I'm unclear as to how it's okay with men but not for women.
So let me try this again. My opening statement said, quote, when progressives talk about toxic masculinity, they enjoy bringing up figures like Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines. Okay. When progressives, so from the progressive view, they see this as being toxic masculinity. I see it as just being more progressive degeneracy. Has nothing to do with toxic masculinity at all. What I'm saying is that in order to fix that progressive degeneracy, we need more toxic masculinity. And the most toxic of all forms of masculinity is the patriarchal Christian church. That's the most toxic. And so, since I want to use the very most toxic of all toxic masculinity by the definition that you gave, I want the Christian church to come in and assist with putting a stop to all of this progressive nonsense. Pretty simple. So I think toxic masculinity will actually fix most of this shit. That's what I think.
In your opening statement, you mentioned Elon Musk. You mentioned that women
From the progressive view,
what she doesn't understand, what she does not understand is that like the likes of Elon Musk, Andrew Tate, and all this kind of shit, like they objectify women. They just treat them as an object, not an actual person, and all this kind of shit. And they just use them as like, okay, like I have this woman, I'm just going to use them as like a baby making machine, right? That would be like to view women like that. That would be like your typical kind of misogynistic way to look at that, right? But what they also view as toxically masculine is the view that a woman should serve her husband, right? But what Andrew's trying to point out is in one outcome, you've got one dude with like 20 women, and it's not even the dude that has to like that has to enforce any policies. Like think of like the whole pimp with the bottom bitch. The bottom bitch keeps the other women in line. And if you think the pimp is cruel, wait till you fucking hear what the bottom bitches do and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So like treating a woman as an object, the whole like pimp game and all this kind of shit, that's toxically masculine. But also you're saying that like a Christian household where a woman obeys her husband, that's also toxically masculine. And they would say that outcome is even more toxic than the likes of Andrew Tate and all this kind of shit and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? So in terms of like both those dynamics, they're both toxic masculinity. But what Andrew's trying to point out is that it's like we need more toxic masculinity. We need to bring the patriarchy back and all this kind of shit because to Andrew's point of view, having a whole harem of women and all this kind of shit is anti-Christian. It's degenerate. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And again, what Leslie doesn't even realize is the whole feminism thing and all this kind of shit is actually playing into the Elon Musk and the Andrew Tate and the whole red pill thing. Ridiculous.
View from the view of the progressive. I'm not a progressive. I separated my intro into two parts: the progressive view and then Andrew Wilson's view. The whole second part was my view. You keep quoting the first part, which is your view, the things you consider to be toxic masculinity, which I don't believe are. I think that they're just forms of progressive egalitarian degeneracy, and that actual toxic masculinity, the things which are you would consider to be the most extreme version.
What we need to do is, right, me, Leslie, and Andrew Wilson get like a three-way debate going or some shit like that, or even if it's just a fucking panel or whatever the fuck, right? And then Andrew basically outlines the patriarchy. The woman is the obeys the husband. That whole spiel, right? The whole Christian picture, Orthodox Christian picture, right? And basically it's okay, Leslie, do you agree with Andrew's scenario? And she'll probably say, no, that's toxic masculinity, all this kind of shit, you're a misogynist, blah, 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 right? Then get me to go on and like give the point of view from like Andrew Tate, Elon Musk and all this kind of shit. And it's like, listen to me, Leslie, I am a misogynistic pig. I just view women as baby making machines. I just view them as a means to an end, produce kids. So I have enough money and I'm just gonna pay these bitches off to monetize their pussy or whatever, or monetize their womb, technically would be a better way to look at it, and just produce more and more kids for me. And I don't give a fuck what happens to them. Which one do you want for the average woman? Do you want, evil guy Teriak, or do you want actually virtuous person Andrew? That's the only way, like, show, don't tell. I think that's the only way that you could actually get them to fucking understand the two options that they have here.
Of masculinity, which is...
but probably knowing Leslie, she'd turn around and say, no, I'd want to grow old and fucking nurture some cats or some bullshit answer like that.
Women are to submit to the patriarchal order. That's the Christian church. That's my view. That's what toxic masculinity is, if we're looking at the extremes of masculinity.
So did we not have a point in time when women were more submissive, men are their partners?
Yeah.
So what happened? If that's supposed to be the answer to fix the problems of today, why did we revert from that?
Because of birth control?
If that was the answer.
Because of birth control, mostly?
Because of birth control.
Yeah.
Oh, that had nothing to do with the fact that there was a feminist movement where women felt that they were devalued.
Yeah, and what year did birth control? Yeah, what year did birth control come out? Do you know?
Between the 60s and 70s.
Oh, and when was that big feminist movement you're talking about?
You know how long women have been fighting?
Hey, answer my question. When was that big feminist movement you're talking about?
Which movement? You know how long the feminist movement...
Wait, hang on. The primary feminist movement that you would be referencing for when women started moving out of those submissive roles.
I didn't reference.
When they started moving out of those submissive roles was between which years again? The 60s and 70s, man? Around the same time as birth control, man. Wow, that's crazy. The connection there, that now you can have without it leading to reproduction. And so because of that, there's no consequences. That's crazy.
So that's entirely why we're women stop submitting. It is completely due to birth control. That your
that's what rearranged interpersonal male and female dynamics, was the ability to have without consequences.
No, I think the women's movement has...
This isn't think. There's no think about this. This is well-established data.
But I'm telling you what I know. The women's movement has been going on for much longer than the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the primary...
Hold on. There was an iconic speech by Sir Junior Truth, Ain't I a Woman? Yeah. And it was at a women's rights convention. That was in the 1860s.
Yeah. Feminism has been around.
This is how long women have been fighting for their rights.
We're not talking about women.
You get to a point where now you have instituted a movement.
Woman, bring me another cup of coffee.
The guys are sitting there like, join the dark side, And I'm like sitting here kind of going, it's the only way. It's the only way to convince these bitches, right? But it's not even about paying them to date, right? It's like at that point, like, are you even a man? You know what I mean? What's the difference between you and a dildo, essentially? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck would you pay these women to date and all this stuff? What I would say is, like, I'll sit them down and kind of say, listen, bitch, right? I'm a multi-millionaire, right? And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to pay you $100,000 up front first year to conceive the child. And then I'm going to pay you $50,000 a year, each year for 20 years or 18 years, right? Yeah, 18 years. That's like $1 million in total, right? So the contract's worth $1 million here, okay? We plow, you get pregnant, you give birth to the child, and for the first 18 years, you're basically just like a caregiver, making sure the kid's going to school. The basics. You know what I mean? Taking the church, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Take me to church. You know what I mean? So, which do you want? Do you want the $1 million, or do you want the white picket fence and what Andrew wants? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, just give him the financials, essentially. Just the 18 years, that's all you have to do. And you get $1 million at the end of this 18 years. Yeah, of course, Shantae. What we're doing is we're trying to convince these feminists, like, rah, the sisterhood and all this kind of shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, this dynamic, you know? And see who's actually more misogynistic. Evil guy Teriak, who, like, views them as just baby-making machines, and I'll just pay you $1 million to just have the kid and take care of for 18 years. Versus Andrew, who's like, no, I want actually like a lifelong commitment. I want to grow old with you. I want to foster a full family with you, etc., etc. I don't think the likes of Andrew Tate or Myron or whatever would actually be willing to do this purely because it would just like shatter their whole brand. Because you'll see like the feminists, like hopefully the gears will start to fucking turn in their head and they'll be like, oh wait, I've been sold a bunch of lies. I've just been groomed by feminism, turned myself into a prostitute. You know what I mean?
Hold on, where you now
no more volcanoes out of you, Picasso.
It's beginning to gain steam, and then finally you have the benefits of that. But to say that birth control is the only reason for the feminist movement, that
I didn't say it was the only one.
Leslie, you guys are doing great going back and forth. I just want to see if I could maybe get you to connect that back to.
I thought he was like I thought Big Mike was gonna be like, Leslie, you're doing great. You're strong, brave, and beautiful. But can we? This is why I don't moderate debates on my channel. I just can't do it.
Is toxic masculinity a problem? Kind of going towards more of a argument for feminists there instead of away from arguing against, you know.
Okay, sure.
I'm sure maybe it would have got there. I just want to maybe see if we could arc back.
Okay, so I'm just going through my notes of some of his points on the kind of men that women tend to go for.
Yeah. Is that more masculine or more feminine men, by the way? Like, would you say that the men you go for are more masculine or more feminine? Why do I have a feeling that you go for more masculine men? Why do I have this feeling that you go for more masculine men? You do? I am stunned. Yeah. I am shocked. I am just, I can't believe it. How could it be possible that you, the arbiter who thinks toxic masculinity is bad, goes for more masculine men? I am just...
No, ask me how long a toxic masculine man is going to last with me.
Bellissimo, Andrew.
Right now.
But like I said, like you need, like it needs to be like a 1v1v1 essentially, and you basically have like this, like the rah sisterhood, feminism, whatever the fuck, in the middle, and basically kind of say, which way, bitch, which way? Because at this age, we like time's up, the clock's up. It's either we fucking start reproducing again, or fucking Western civilization dies out. We're in fucking overtime at this stage. You know what I mean? But anyways, even more leftism, more crucible slaying the leftist, the feminist, all this good shit, right? Like I said, the title of the stream is the Crucible Catch-Up. You know what I mean?
What's up, Chuck? How you doing? What's your age, and what do you think about the prompts?
I think the prompt's fine. I'm 42.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter or are you a Democrat?
No, I'm a Trump supporter.
All right, why do you support Trump?
I think he's a pretty good president.
How so? Give me an example.
Well, he gave us basically net negative migration, which I'm very appreciative for. I think if he'd been able... No?
He didn't put a dent in migration, bro.
That's not what I said. I said that I gave he's given us net negative migration. You can find the sources for this have been given by the Cato Institute and many others. The Cato Institute is actually a very pro-migration think tank, and they're actually quite upset with Trump because they like having much cheaper immigrant labor in the United States.
What do you? Sorry, what do you mean by negative migration?
Net negative. It just means more people are leaving than coming.
I don't know about that. I don't really think he put a dent in migration, in illegal immigration. Like, I feel like he didn't get out the majority of illegals.
Well, he's not going to be able to get out the majority of them because you have 20 million of them here, and he has roughly 3 times the injunctions in court of any other president when it comes to trying to enforce immigration policy. So he's not going to be able to get 25 million people out of the United States in a few years. But net negative migration is fantastic, and a locked up border is fantastic. I mean, that's great.
Did he lock up the border? I don't know.
He did lock up the border, yeah. That's for sure. Border crossings, have you seen what the data is on border crossings? Extremely low.
I haven't seen it this year, but I've seen last year's, and there's still a pretty hefty number coming in last year.
How much?
I think like a couple 100,000, like 500 to 600,000 came in last year.
I don't think it was that many. I will at least not reported. It could have been that. It could have been that many in actuality. I'm not sure if it was that many.
Yeah. Well, that's just where I came.
The last that I looked, the last that I looked, it was below 238,000 for the fiscal year.
So
okay,
Chuck, let me ask Chuck a question here really quick.
Sure.
Do you think it's a good idea to get rid of all illegal immigrants in this country?
Yes.
Yeah. Sure.
Sorry, no, I wasn't answering that.
Of course. I think it's a great idea.
Well, a majority of Republicans don't.
That's true.
And why is that? Why would you think that?
It's because it basically migrant. Yeah, I'll explain why I think it is anyway. I think the farm lobby is a massive lobby, and it leans right. And I think that they like having immigrant labor here, especially illegal immigrant labor, because they can pay them very, very low amounts of money in order to get certain jobs done that they want done cheaply. And then they kind of pretentiously pretend that artificially keeps costs lower, when in fact they're usually part of farm syndicates that co-opt what the price is going to be long before it ever gets into market anyway.
So you think, well, it's funny you say that. Actually, you can say that they just want lower prices or whatever, but it's I'm in a state that they actually passed a law saying that we're going to deport everybody that was right. And this is a Republican-led state, House, Senate, governor, right? The Republicans in the House rebelled against the Senate.
What
the
state?
governor.
What state?
Florida.
Oh, okay, Florida.
Yeah.
So what are you saying happened in Florida?
The free state of Florida, if you will. They rebelled against the governor because, and I think it was like 96% of the sheriffs did as well, said that they were not going to try to round up illegal immigrants here unless they were like violent offenders, because they are helping our economy. They're good people and they're just trying to live their life, right? The reason that is because when they tried to enact this last year, and we're going to try to dispute this, but it's indisputable. All of the housing projects that they had going on, all that kind of stuff, all the farm syndicates, if you will, in your terms, stopped having people show up. And they were not producing any fruits or vegetables.
There's going to be there's no hang on.
Right?
Let me respond to a couple of these claims if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll start with the last one and then I'll work my way back. So the first is that necessarily there's going to be an adjustment period. If you were to get rid of all illegals tomorrow, you're going to have an adjustment period where prices are going to go up. There isn't a damn thing anybody can do about that either. Nothing. That's what happens when you artificially keep wages lower.
And what would happen
Exactly.
is because wages would end up going up across the board, it wouldn't just go up for farmhands. The wages would probably stop being depressed across the board. You would likely see inflation on goods for sure. There's almost no doubt about that. Now, so I don't actually have a problem with that. I think that that's just part of the poison when you take your medicine. But hang on. The other thing is, hang on. I just want to respond to the other claim real quick. I'm almost done. Please
Just let Chuck talk real quick.
I'm almost done, bro. Calm down.
Well, I just wanted to respond to that really quick.
Okay, but
you know
I wanted
that-
to get to the other claim, though. That was the important one.
That's
was the
fine,
other one.
and I'll let you. I just wanted to respond to that really quick. Do you understand
my
that
God.
like 80% of households cannot afford a $500 like medical bill without going up, right?
Yeah, they
How do
probably
you-
Like Andrew already said, like, yeah, like the reason why like majority of Republicans are actually against deporting all the illegal immigrants is because of like cheap labor, filling the hotels, project development, all this kind of shit. So like, what's actually the disagreement here? Is this whole kind of like leftist thing of like, I want to, virtue signal that I'm so intelligent and all this kind of shit? It's annoying as fuck, right? Because like, bear in mind, the start thing is that like that what they disagreed with is that it's like net negative migration, which you cannot deny, right? Like Nick Fuentes even tried to do that against Steven Crowder, but the results are in, folks. The net negative migration, first time in decades. All right, so again, shout out to our boy Trump. So, what actually is the disagreement here?
Well, if you don't have wages depressed because you have tons and tons of foreigners being paid less.
that's
Exactly.
So that goes to my
funny.
point.
So food costing more is not going to hurt people that are living paycheck to paycheck.
Well,
is that what you're telling
it's
me?
funny. It's funny that you say that. It is true that probably food costs would go up and wages would likely go
Sure.
up as well.
Of course it would.
Would it be enough to offset? I have no idea, but I can tell you for sure that companies, when they're going to get tax increases from Democrats, are going to pass on those increases to consumers, and that includes food. So anyway, but to this, what you're talking about with DeSantis, I just pulled it up. So you're only talking about 8 members of the Florida Immigration Enforcement Council. So yeah, it's true. They got very upset about it. But there was only about eight Republicans
Did the
total.
Republicans run around Florida telling people that they were not going to enforce that law? Go ahead and look that up.
No, it wasn't
They did.
Republican. No,
They
no,
did.
hang
Yeah,
on.
they sure
Hang
as
on,
hell
hang on.
did,
Dude,
because I live in
Cheney, chill
Florida and I
out
know.
for a second. Hang on. How many Republicans?
All of them.
No, not all of. That's ridiculous. Show me. Where can I find that?
Yeah, you just have to Google it, my dude.
I have it, my dude. I got 7 or 8 of them. Is what I'm counting.
You got 7 or 8. The Republicans here didn't scuttle that bill this year. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that you can have rogue defectors who could work with Democrats to get bills scuttled.
It's overwhelmingly Republican in Florida.
Okay, what bill are we talking about now?
Let me look at this up. Hang on, I'll pull it up exactly.
Okay.
Go ahead with your propaganda.
What propaganda?
He's just saying his opinion. It's not propaganda. You may not agree with it, but it's not
It
propaganda.
is. It is 100%.
Just because you
John,
don't
you
agree
support
with it?
Trump?
No, I don't.
All right, that's fine. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I don't understand what's the
left-leaning and right-leaning?
what's the propaganda here, man? I don't get it.
He's just saying his opinion. If you don't agree with it, that's on you. That's not him saying propaganda. It's just what he believes.
Hey, a lot of people are ignorant.
Are you?
It's
Hang
just
on.
sounding.
Real quick. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. We were still talking about this bill. I just was going to ask you. Are you talking about? I think it's 7.025354 whatever immigration bill, the Trump Act. Is that what you're referencing, Richard?
Let's see. Hang on. I'm reading through this. So you want to get into exact?
Well, I just want the Trump
specific-
Act. Is it called the Trump Act? Is that the shorthand for the specific bill?
Probably. I don't know. We've got Ron DeSantis, so probably.
Well, the Trump Act was the one that was against DeSantis by Republicans, and he threatened to veto it. So I'm guessing that's the one that you're referencing. Early 2025.
Republican leaders called their own special session, ignoring the governor's instead of representing their own sweeping immigration bill Monday, State House showdown would have been unthinkable in the past. DeSantis wielding power over the Republican control of the legislature, like no other governor in Florida, helping him make the state an envy of conservative activists.
So sassy. You know what I mean? Like, this dude has a negative testosterone. That's how much sass he has. Also, welcome in, Barry. Welcome in. I want to go on this long ass monologue and maybe let you get a sentence of pushback before it's my turn again, 100%. But fair play to the dude who wasn't a Trump supporter. Was like, bro, it's literally just his belief. You know what I mean? What are you talking about propaganda here? And like I said, Andrew basically made the case to him. Andrew already explained this at the beginning of the fucking thing, and now he's doing this whole thing of like, I have to prove that like I'm like all knowing or some shit like that. Crazy with these leftists.
Across the country.
SB 1718.
Rejected the Senate leader and House Speaker rejected DeSantis immigration proposals not because they don't like it.
Because they didn't want to centralize authority, or right. That was the whole point. They wanted to centralize authority to somebody. DeSantis didn't want to have it, not because they didn't actually want the immigration bill, because most of the content of it they actually passed, right?
He wanted to jail officers that were not picking up people that were immigrants here illegally.
That's part of it. The other part of it was that they wanted somebody else You
conveniently forgot to mention that.
Well, I'm not trying to not mention anything. I'm just pointing this out that most of what the proposals for immigration in Florida, what was being proposed by DeSantis was actually adopted. They resisted the bill on 2 grounds. And then after modifications, it got passed. The bill got passed, and DeSantis didn't actually veto it, is what I'm reading.
Yeah, but they refused to enforce it, right?
Well, now that's a different argument, though. Like that's a totally different argument.
You can go back if you were recording this. You can go back
so they're not
listen
enforcing
to exactly what I said, which is they said
not enforcing?
it was just a.
Beautiful. You love to see it. You love to see it, folks. And now a little bit from a girl, Rachel Wilson. You know what I'm saying? And this is against a Republican.
So, Kathy, you seem to think that the 19th Amendment was simply recognizing something that was always there that the government failed to recognize for the first, 150 years of the nation, and that according to you, the founders wanted one person, one vote. If that's the case, why didn't they set things up that way?
Well, I mean, why didn't they free all Jews when they wrote the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution?
Told you.
However, they wrote a document that is the greatest political document ever written. And I believe what we have experienced over the past 250 years is this long march towards fulfilling the promises that were found in the Declaration of Independence. And that is that all men are created equally, and that God has endowed all of us with certain rights, and even to as well as to women. That is the right to life, the right to freedom, and the right to be able to pursue whatever form of happiness that I want.
Then why didn't they grant all men the vote? Why was the nation founded with only a small percentage of even white men voting?
Yeah,
they truly.
And this is what I hate. Oh my god, I hate when because like they use Christianity to push egalitarianism, and it's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I was talking about this on yesterday's stream. It's like this whole thing, we were all created equal. No. Men and women aren't equal. They'll never be equal. Not even 2 men are equal. Holy shit. Okay? But should everybody be held to an equal standard? Yeah, I can get down with that. That's why you make laws where you're not making specific laws for black people, you're not making specific laws for women, you're not making specific laws for blah, 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 and all these different criteria. You make one law for the citizen of America, an equal standard. Fuck egalitarianism. Give me meritocracy or give me death.
Believed all men, if in other words, we're arguing over what those phrases mean, right? Because we don't agree on what they mean. I don't think they meant every single individual person should have equal political enfranchisement. To say that all human beings are created in the image of God and have equal dignity before the Lord is certainly different than saying every single person should have a say in the governance of the nation. If they believed that's what it meant, why didn't they set it up that way from the outset?
And again, I'm sure you probably know this, that one of the requirement for people to
again
vote
fallacy.
was back then in that time was whether or not you own property or land. And so, I mean, so if we're going to take away a woman's right to vote, why not take away the right to vote of those who don't own land? And after we take away their rights, I mean, should we also rescind the 15th Amendment that gives the right of people to vote? No, it becomes a very slippery
I told you it's just going to be about. I knew it.
auto pen in their hand that they get to make up the rules on who gets to vote. Because at that point, you're no longer living in a republic. You're now living in Banana Republic. You're now living in Venezuela, right? And
Right
we're
now,
walking around
right
saying, "Como
now.
estas?"
But right now, we're not living in a representative republic. We are living in a universal suffrage democracy, which is not what the country was founded to be. That is not what the framers had in mind. And if it was, they would have set it up that way, but they didn't. We had extremely limited suffrage for most of our history. We had things like poll taxes, literacy taxes, religious exemptions. Some places you had to maybe be a firefighter or do some kind of civic duty first, land ownership. You had to be much older. The voting age wasn't 18 until recently either. The founders set up the nation with all kinds of restrictions on suffrage. It was never meant to be one person, one vote. That's clear. That's clear because it never was until very recently. And what you're describing is a movement not toward tyranny, or not a movement away from the tyranny of the founders towards something better. What you're describing is a movement away from the founding of the nation, which was conservative and a representative republic, and the progressives progressing toward a universal suffrage democracy, which has resulted in tyranny. We do not have the freedoms we had at the founding. We pay the taxes we pay in this country would have the founders rolling in their graves, just as one example. So I'm wondering, again, you've kind
Income
of described
tax alone,
like, oh,
bro.
I'm thinking that this is what they wanted all along. It just it's taking us hundreds of years to get to where they really wanted us to be. Do you have any evidence to support that the intention of the founders was to have universal suffrage?
No.
Allow me to say
No.
that a couple of
She
things.
doesn't.
One,
No.
when I was working as Vivek Ramaswamy's National Grassroots Director, and as his advisor, one of the things we talked about, and he became perhaps the first modern day president under my lifetime anyway,
It wasn't a president.
to actually say that
What?
perhaps we shouldn't have universal suffrage, which is very different from what you and I are here talking about. You and I are here talking about whether or not women should be allowed to vote specifically. Now, what universal suffrage, however, yeah, I agree with you that, and Vivek put it out there. We talked about it as a team and we agreed with that perhaps, those who are graduating from high school, perhaps they do need to do either take the civic test that most people have to take when they want to become a legalized citizen in our country and pass that test, or
She gave up all objections with this argument, by the way. She just gave up all objections.
for the military. I'm not here to argue against that. What I'm specifically here to talk about is, whether or not women should be allowed to vote. And I stand by what I said. Now, is it hard? Yeah. But you know what? The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. So I agree with you. We are a long way from even when I was born. Who would have ever thought we would, be.
Oh my God, man. They don't even know their own quotes. The price of liberty is the blood of the tyrant and the patriots. The tree of liberty, on occasion, from time to time, needs to be it needs to be watered with the blood of the tyrant and the blood of the patriot. That's the price of liberty. Give me liberty or give me death. This is embarrassing. This is fucking embarrassing. Like, I'm Irish. I'm not even fucking American and I know this shit.
Talking about two men, renting the womb of another woman to produce a baby is a family, and we're okay with that. And designer jeans. No, yes, I agree with you on that as well. We have gone a long way from what is moral, what is good, what is right. But I'm sure you probably are aware of this, but John Adams also said that the Constitution is made only for a moral and religious people. It is completely inadequate for any other kind of people.
Has nothing to do with the debate.
Would probably agree that, well, what is moral?
The reason why it's got nothing got to do with debate, Andrew, is because all she's doing is reading the talking points, reading the script. This bitch, Kathy, whatever the fuck her name is, does not do a single modicum of thinking for herself. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Rachel's going to wipe the floor with this cunt.
It simply means people who know the difference between right and wrong. People who know the difference between up, down, a boy and a girl. You're right. Like that's where we are right now. We're supposed to pretend we don't know the difference between a boy and a girl. So you're right. I truly believe that our nation is in trouble and that we're skating on the precipice as a country when you can't even determine what is a boy, what is a girl, where the Constitution is at stake. But again, I go back to as I said in my opening statement,
So?
that the answer to a manipulated or ignorant or moral or immoral group of people is not stripping away rights that the government didn't.
What's with the long face, Picasso? Because I'm chain smoking at this stage. I'm fucking chain smoking at this stage. I was expecting, I don't know what the fuck I was expecting. I was like, hey, at least it's against a Republican, you know what I mean? At least to be some sort of like critical thinking or like thinking for yourself and all this kind of shit. All this is just like this is like I actually am. Oh my god, man! Like the whole Vivek, I'm highly skeptical of Vivek now. If this bitch worked with Vivek and she's doing this whole thing, Vivek's just reading off a script. That's what that tells me. You know what I mean? Rachel let her slide on too much until she pissed her off. I'm here for it, Shantae. I'm here for it. Because this bitch, Kathy, oh my god, man. How could people get to a certain age and not develop like critical thought, like to think for yourself? Do you know what I mean? Like the whole premise of America is that you decide for yourself. You don't just like follow a fucking group blindly and just read off a script. Oh my god, man.
Give in the
This
first
is hurting
place.
my brain.
But it is for people like you and I to go out into the marketplace and start
The government
persuading
did give
better,
rights.
teaching better,
Okay.
organizing better, right? So,
So
that's
you
what I
don't
agree
seem
with.
so you don't seem opposed theoretically to limiting suffrage. You conceded that there could be cases where maybe we should, and that we need to talk about why we would want to limit women's suffrage specifically. And then you brought up rights, and so let's get into rights. It would be my assertion, and I think this is irrefutable, but we'll see what you think. Isn't it the case that any notion of women's rights is granted and enforced by men at their behest? Do women have rights if men do not grant and enforce those rights?
Of course, we have rights, whether they grant it or not.
Okay, so
and I said that in my opening statement that
So
these
if
rights
men-
already existed.
if President Trump signed an executive order tomorrow rescinding women's rights, just saying, we're going to repeal this 19th, and that's that, what would women do about it?
Well, what did the people at the Boston Tea Party do about it in 1773?
Those are men.
my
Well,
fucking
Because
god,
men, they
man.
believe because the
About it, but
American
I didn't-
Revolution that
women
sparked
didn't-
the nation.
But women didn't go to the Boston Tea Party.
Like literally, I guarantee you, she's like looking at like a bullet point list on that screen, like Kathy is in front of her, and it's like mention the trans thing, mention the historical quote, a founding fathers quote, mention. Oh my god, man! Mention the. Mention the Boston Tea Party, mention a couple of lines of the history, and then we'll be Gucci. We'll have them in the palm of our hand. Oh my god, man.
Party and start throwing.
That's not true. Have you ever been? Have you ever been there? Have you
Did
ever
women
seen
pick up
any of the
muskets
documentaries?
and
Women
fight
were
for
there as well.
been?
Women were there as well. Listen, you and I are not
Well,
going
being in
to
the audience
disagree.
is not the same thing as
You
leading
and
the
I are not
revolution.
going to disagree, Rachel, that women are not men. I agree. Women are
Yeah.
not men.
Right.
And I said
Oh
it before
my
it became cool to
God.
say it, right? And
Me
you
too,
and I
yeah.
are not going to disagree that I am not
This is torture.
I cannot do what Jake can do, right?
Yeah.
I cannot do what
Correct.
what my son can do or my husband can do, right? So I'm not here to argue that women and men are interchangeable and we're just widgets. I don't subscribe to that. My entire life has been against the baked in lies of feminism. Hold on, I think my earpiece-
Sure, but as it applies to what we're talking about right now, when you say we have these inalienable God-given rights, I would say actually God did not put in the 10 commandments, thou shalt let women vote, or everybody gets to vote, right? These are new, as I said in my opening, these are new post-enlightenment ideas that everyone is equal in every single way. And what I'm saying is that why should women have the same political power as men when we do not have to register for the draft when we turn 18 like a man does? We cannot do, this was a main argument of the anti-suffrage women. And maybe if you read my book, you know that only about 4% of women like strongly supported suffrage in the beginning, and women voted against having the vote so often that the women's suffrage associations stopped letting women vote on whether they wanted to vote because the women kept saying, no, we don't want to be a political power block. We don't want to be involved in politics. It's dirty, nasty stuff. We have our own sphere of influence, and that's where we belong. They argued that women cannot protect the borders. They cannot build and maintain the infrastructure of this nation, and they cannot go to war to defend our country. So why should we have equal say in those matters with men?
So if a man becoming capable of defending the border or going to war, should
Bad
we also
argument.
strip him of his right
Knew
to
that
vote?
that was where
Is
that
it
was
based
gonna
on
go.
that? No, I don't think it's based
This is
on
a
that.
really, well, this is
Bad argument.
Rachel, in order to have a conversation, we have to go back and forth. So because you just asked, some pointed questions. And again, I have to go back to, you said, that thou shalt vote is not in the 10 Commandment, but who don't vote? I mean, what group of people are ruled over and don't have a say in anything and just have to do whatever?
Oh my God, man, this bitch is retarded. First of all, Picasso, no simping in chat, but because you brought it up, Shante, I genuinely don't notice a difference in the photos here. It's literally just, instead of your head looking down, your head's looking up. No offense, but actually no, maximum offense. Because of this bitch, Kathy, I'm going all out misogynistic for the rest of the stream, okay? I'm playing the clip. We're going ultimate mahoganyist. Where is it?
That is mahogany.
Bitches beware, right? Kathy has made me full on misogynistic at this stage.
King or their owner or their master tell them, God did not create me to be a slave. And so, and our founding fathers recognized that there is a God in heaven who has made all of us equally. Not that all of us, there is a hierarchy. I do believe that. I'm all about Ephesians, right? And so, however, there is a God.
We're all equal, but there's a hierarchy. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? Also, shout out to BBB on the Ko-Fi. Appreciate you kindly, sir. The second page is refreshing for the $10. Says, I am always still watching. Good show. Appreciate you kindly, BBB. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. I told you, BBB, we're going full mahoganistic here. It's, oof. It's, this is a tough one. Like, having to listen to someone who you know is just repeating off talking points in the script, it is painful. It is painful. You know what I mean? Especially to see an American do it.
Who has created us to have certain rights. And again, the right to live, the right to have freedom, and the right to pursue my life in the manner in which I want to pursue that life. And now the government's role, they were very clear in the Declaration of Independence that became the framework for the Constitution. The government's role is not to give me rights. The government role is to, one, secure those rights. But in order to secure those rights, the government has to recognize that I have these rights, right? And that the government derives its power from the governed. Now, if the American Revolution was launched on the belief that, for example, taxation without representation is tyranny.
Oh my God,
so
man!
if we now
fucking
rescind
points
a woman's right to vote, are you also proposing that I no longer have to pay federal income taxes? Is that the quid pro quo that's on the table? Because if that urge that
Go
if
ahead,
I have
sweetie.
no say
Mention
in
the
how I'm
trans
being
thing again.
represented, then I don't want that kind of government. And in fact, it was a strong enough urge that caused the colonists to go into a very violent assault.
What is she talking about?
And so if that principle applies to men, why doesn't it apply to women? Because by 1913, women were being taxed without the ability to have a voice in the government.
Okay, so there's a lot that I think we should kind of try to keep our back and forth a little bit briefer, just so that we're not monologuing to the point where we have 10 points to address back and forth. It might be a good idea, but
I will agree with that if you do too.
Yeah, first you didn't address my point about women's rights this is something people don't like to confront. They don't like to hear this because we've had 100 years of feminist propaganda telling us.
BBB for the $10. Says you're welcome and let's go. Appreciate you, BBB. Let me give you a little bit more Pepe for that one. I'd just be looking into the camera and just like at this point, I'd just forget the debate and just like genuinely ask Miss Kathy Burnett here, like, do you actually think for yourself, or do you just have a bunch of fucking like random history talking points memorized in your head? like this is a key indicator of the problem that we see in modern day. This is embarrassing. This is why, like, Donald Trump says, you know, politics is a nasty game, because like these fuckers don't even think for themselves. They just follow whatever the head honcho says. It's pathetic.
Otherwise. Women don't have rights unless men grant them to us and enforce them on our behalf. You and I, Kathy, are not going to rise up and physically take back our rights if they are rescinded. And I can give you examples of this from all around the world, but we also have an example right here in the United States where in the state of Utah, women were granted, it was the second state to give women a vote when it was still a territory. And under the Edmunds-Tucker Act, that right was taken away in the 1870s, I believe. And so women in Utah had the vote for a couple decades. It was taken away for about 50 years
not even
before it was
listening.
granted again in the 1920s. So this idea that once the government says you have a right, that you're always and forever going to have that is silly. We saw this with Roe v. Wade and women losing their minds over the men grant rights to women. And because of that, because men are the ones who build and maintain this country, they defend its borders, they fight and die in wars, they are obligated by law to sign up for the selective service, and women are not. Why do we deserve equal say in how any of that goes? We cannot, I don't think women should be telling men how to build and maintain the country, how to defend the country, how to enforce its laws, because we cannot do those things. And now, can you answer?
Okay, now Rachel's argument is there's a clear discrepancy between men and women, where men have to sign up for the draft, and also, like the whole force doctrine thing, like men are the ones who protect the borders. When shit goes down, you're going to be looking towards a man, not a woman, sort the shit out and all this kind of stuff, right? So those two key things is why, like, this whole aspect of like why women get the right to vote should be removed, right? Because like this whole aspect of signing up for the draft and being the force doctrine. Let's see if Kathy actually is able. I wouldn't even say contend with the argument. Is she even able to recognize what the argument is?
Specifically just to that portion of my argument.
Yeah.
And we want to keep
Oh
it a bit more
God.
brief here, got the answers.
Size of
And
that
otherwise,
thing.
if it's not brief, we're going to have to do the like 1 minute or 2 minute monologues back and forth.
I
But
agree.
yeah, let's try and address the questions. Go
Okay.
for it.
Okay, I wrote down a little bit of what you said. You said a lot, but I wrote down as much as I could. Your question is men grant rights, and
And they
women, and women cannot do anything, like cannot, uprise against. I mean, you said if and a woman cannot rise up and defend those rights,
Correct.
or the recension of those rights,
Right.
And so again, the fallacy here. Are you saying? I just want to make sure that I'm clear on
Sure.
what you're saying. So you're
Oh
saying
my
that
God,
if
man.
I cannot rise up and defend those rights, then I don't have those rights.
Yeah.
I'm saying that as
No,
a
I mean, to Jake's
Yeah.
point, just yes or no. I mean, is that true?
no, that's so
Because
what
that's
you're
you
missing
said.
is
I wrote it
what
down.
you're what you're
You want to
missing
just
is
elucidate
that-
the point? Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Men as a whole, as a group, we rely on them to enforce any rights we have. We can't enforce rights on our own behalf. So we are asking and petitioning men for those rights, and those men, benevolent as they are, grant them and enforce them on our behalf.
And so allow me to ask. So you said men grant us these rights,
Yeah.
and if they and I'm assuming you're alluding to men have the strength and the ability to enforce these rights. And if they don't enforce these rights, then women don't have the strength or the ability to do anything about it.
Yeah.
So are you saying to me then, I just want to make sure that I'm clear here, that, I mean, Jake, I saw one of your videos where you were boxing and all of that. I love MMA, by the way. So are you saying to me that if a weaker man comes in, so let's just use you, Jake, if a stronger man comes in and he's able to beat you up and you can't do anything to defend yourself against him, does that mean Jake no longer has rights because he can't physically,
No.
he doesn't have the physical capacity to
No.
do anything about this man coming in?
So you're not, I'll try again because you're not quite understanding it. So
Well,
when
no,
we,
I think I am understanding.
no,
So the argument is, again, I knew she wasn't going to grasp it. Like, the force doctrine is the example. It is the, sorry, it's not even an example, it's a descriptor that proves the argument of men have to sign up for the draft. Because if men, we don't have men sign up for the draft, we don't have a military and we can't even enforce the borders, right? But men having to sign up for the draft, and if they don't sign up for the draft, then they lose their right to vote. Why should women automatically get the right to vote without nothing? They don't have to sign up for the draft. They still get the right to vote. So explain that discrepancy.
Let me explain. You wanted clarification, so I'll clarify. When we say women are the one who have children,
okay,
that means in general, not all women have children and not all women can have children, but only women can have children. It's the same with men. Not all men can fight in a war. Not all men defend the border, but only men can do those things. So that's where we have to clarify. We can't be stuck in this hyper individualist mindset where we're thinking each and every single person and every exception. The exception proves the rule. So if you look around the world, women don't have rights in every society.
Okay,
I'm just explaining how things are,
not
how they
defend the rest of the world. I'm talking about our country, which is the greatest country that has ever existed. I'm sure you will agree. I don't know if you agree. I'm assuming, but America is the greatest country that has ever existed, and it's the greatest country that has ever existed because it was founded upon these values that have found their way into the framework of not only the Constitution but the Declaration of Independence. And so I'm not
like she's just doing it's like MAGA. America's great and all that. We got the Constitution, we got the Declaration of Independence, we got the Bill of Rights. Can we deal with the argument, Kathy? For fuck's sake.
Not very interested in the rest of the world, but just our country. And again, your premise, if your premise is based on strength, the ability, then it has to apply even to the weak man or to the baby who can't defend themselves. And I just find it
what are she talking about?
So full, it's illogical to try to argue that I should not have rights because I
didn't say you should not. See, this is where you're not using logic. I did not say should not
be able to vote. That I should not be able to vote. Now, I spent 10 years in the military. I trained alongside men in the military. I was in the foxholes. I got thrown out of planes. I was out there with my. I was leading men over hills and under valleys and all over the place. So I was defending. I am very strong. But now does that? But should my rights, whether or not I have rights, be based upon whether or not I can beat you up or I can force you?
You are not expected to sign up for the draft. You are not expected to defend the country. Men are expected to defend the country. Ergo, they are expected to sign up for the draft. If men do not sign up for the draft, they lose their right to vote. Why do women automatically inherit the right to vote if there's no expectation on them?
To give them back. No, that's ridiculous.
But you're strawmanning argument. You're strawmanning my argument.
Just quickly, guys. 1 second. I think that there is a little bit of a disconnect going on here. So, Rachel, I'll get you to elucidate this. Just say, for example, Rach, if you can do a clean and press heavier than me in the gym,
disconnect.
Does that mean that you should?
I don't even know if there ever was a fucking connection, Jake.
Of course not. That's not the argument. The argument.
So what is the argument? Because you said it's based on strength.
No, it's based on use of force. So everything in government.
Just so we can understand the argument here, let's make this distinction, Rach.
Okay, and then let's move on because I don't think.
Well, this is the linchpin of the argument. This is probably the foundation of what we're talking about here. Is that, and as I said, anti-suffrage women, the vast majority of women who did not want women's participation on a large scale in politics, argued this very point, and they said, "Look, God has granted men the monopoly on force. They're the only ones. Even if Kathy's out there with her, only if we had an all-female military and we had an all-female border defense and we had an all-female engineering team trying to build infrastructure, it wouldn't work. Just like if we tried, but even if we help men with those things sometimes, men don't need our help to do that. And historically, they've never needed our help to do that. We can have an all-male military, an all-male police force, an all-male border patrol, and only men building bridges and skyscrapers and roads. That works. So what I'm saying is, as a whole, like I tried to explain, only women can have babies. That doesn't mean every single woman has a baby and that if she doesn't have a baby, she's not a woman. In that same way, only men can use force to enforce rights, anyone's rights.
Okay.
So this is why this is what separates the criteria when people will say, well, why don't we just start discriminating the vote against people of different races or people of different economic strata or things like that. The difference maker is that the task of government is to defend persons and property, and women cannot do that. That's a task that only men can do. So why should women have equal say in the government when they cannot perform the functions of government and only men can do that?
So are you saying, because, okay, again, just parroting back what you said, that only women can have children, And so, and only men can have the force to defend. Am I right? Is that what you said? Okay, so let's not retract that. So then, therefore, only women can have children, but only women can have. And so, does that mean is a right? And that because Jake or my husband cannot have, or Andrew cannot have an, then they don't really have anything to say, and it really is my body, my choice.
No, that doesn't apply because the baby
apply.
because the baby we're talking about has equal DNA from
But
the
the
man
baby,
as it
but
does
the
the woman.
baby, I mean, no,
Yeah.
because even a woman who can have a child is not just 100% my DNA, it's my husband's DNA as well.
That's what I just said. Kathy, that's what I just said.
I know.
What I said was
excuse
the
me.
baby
You
has
just said
half
because a
from
woman,
each parent.
Because a woman has children, then this is what women do. But only men have the strength to defend. So then that's what men do. What if the baby?
Like, here's the thing, my critique for Rachel here would be, it's like you needed to make your point or the question more concise. Like I keep saying, like with the draft, just keep pointing to the draft. If a man's expectation is to enforce the border, is to fight in the military, is to sign up for the draft. If a man does not sign up for the draft, he loses his right to a vote. Why does a woman inherently get the right to vote? No expectation. That's like the most concise way you can put it. So that's a little bit of critique for Rachel. But even if Rachel had said that, this bitch just still would have been like, well, the Boston Tea Party, you know, and in 1776, what is going on?
Is a girl. So what if the baby is a girl? What I'm saying is that
That's not analogous. That analogy doesn't work.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it's not analogous.
You have said many
I'll explain
times
when you're done.
No, thank you, Rachel. Rachel, you have said many times that only a woman can have children. Only a woman can have children. This is what women do. This is women's work. Men can't have it. So men doesn't really, so then that's meant that this is women's territory. And then you said men can defend, men have the strength, men can do what they want to do. So then women really shouldn't be telling men what to do. Okay, now carry that thought to the next level, which is what about now? For everyone who's listening, I'm vehemently opposed to. I've always been opposed to, but I'm just using your logic that
No,
if
you're not using my logic.
Let's get let's get Rachel to
This is-
explain.
Once again, I don't know.
Like a very easy cut straight to the point question is, if let's say some like Bigfoot, there's like, let's say 300 million Bigfoot, and like they're immune to bullets, they're immune to explosion, all this kind of stuff, came in and invaded America, there would be like no government. It would be the Bigfoot government. You know what I mean? Like that's the simplest way to explain Force doctrine. That like if these 10-foot tall aliens immune to explosions, immune to bullets and all this kind of shit came in, and like humanity could not fight back against them and all for whatever the fuck, right? Like there would be no government. Like you would not be able to say, well, we've got our rights. You know what I mean? So, if that is the case, in that hypothetical, in reality, men are the ones that issue the rights. They're the ones that enforce the government. What Force doctrine is. So, the man's expectation is to sign up for the draft. Otherwise, he loses his right to vote. Why do women get it inherently? Without any expectation.
You're not understanding, or maybe you haven't thought things through this way before. The reason these two situations are not analogous is for two reasons. One reason
Precisely,
is the fetus in
Shantae,
question
precisely.
is equally belonging to the father as it is to the mother, because it has half of each of their DNA.
Yes.
And the
Unbelievable,
second defeater for
Shantae.
this and why it's not analogous is that if at any time men want to rescind rights, they can, and you have to have the baby, and there's nothing you can do about it. So it just reinforces my point.
So basically, women are just. It's like women just have no voice. Women, because a man can take away anything. A man can give me rights, take away rights, beat me up, not beat me up, give me food, don't give me food. I mean, like, what do we do, Rachel? I mean, and
This
again,
is, yes, we're facing the fact
One
here.
moment, Rachel. One moment. Allow me to speak, please. That
You've been
again,
speaking way more than I've been.
Wow.
Speaking. You go on long diatribes, and then
All right. Just not to get into the meta conversation. We'll just try and land the plane a bit quicker. I think that'll be best for everybody. Kathy,
she doesn't respond to my point. She responds to what she thinks I'm saying, and no matter how much I correct her on what
that's
I'm saying,
why,
she
yeah,
continues to respond to something else.
Jake, don't say
we've been
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
because that's
we've been
not
trying
right.
to get the points
I am responding.
elucidated. I think I do understand the points that have been made, but we're just trying to make those distinctions because I'm not sure you've 100% gotten the distinctions. But Kathy, ask the question that you wanted to ask, and then Rachel, you can elucidate if you need to.
Uh-oh.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Kathy mad.
I think I've proven my point, but Rachel, why did you say again, only women can have children? What was your point behind that?
Because I'm saying that in the same way that not all women can have children, some are born with fertility problems or reasons they can't, or some women decide not to, but only women are capable of having children. It's the same, it's analogous to how, even though not every single man fights in a war, and not every single man is building infrastructure or defending the border, only men can do that. And because of that, only men should be the ones voting on how the government is run, because men are the only ones that can perform the essential duties of government.
Okay, got it. So only men can defend. So although all men can't defend, only men can defend. So therefore, men should be the ones who make the decisions because they can defend. They have the strength and the power and the muscles to really force their will, and women can't really do anything against that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Is she
Yeah,
getting
it's not,
it?
it's not a
Is she
moral,
getting
I
it?
have to clarify.
Well,
it's
no,
not a moral, I'm not saying should. I'm not saying, well, men should.
This is a 36-minute video, and we're at minute 27 at the moment, and I'm at 1.25 speed. Is there hope? Will she actually answer the question before we finish the video?
Us. They don't.
I know
Clearly
they don't. I know they don't. I know,
and
that's not what I'm saying. And that's not what I'm saying.
At the founding, you say that you're a constitutionalist, and at the founding, the founders agreed with me.
Simply repeating what you said, Rachel. So you did say that, which is what I've been saying the entire time, which then again leads me to, so only women can have children. All women can have children, but only women can have children.
Yeah.
So again, according to your logic, only women can have, all women don't have, but only women can have.
Yes, only women can have.
Or I'm gonna take this huge leap across 27 buildings to get to my conclusion, which is what you did with your only men example. I'm gonna take these huge leapfrogs over here to get to a conclusion that says, therefore, is a right that because only women can do it and men can't.
That doesn't follow.
Choice. Yes, it does.
Well, no, that doesn't follow. And I'll explain again why it doesn't.
No, thank you. But what doesn't follow, Rachel, is your premise altogether. And I saw that quite a bit.
So hard.
I actually don't know if I've actually looked at a lot of these debates, and I'm not sure I actually understand the argument here in terms of what we're getting at. So, if you could just try and summarize it as quick.
It's not analogous though, because as I said, we're talking about killing a child, and the child is owned equally by the man who gave 50% of his DNA to help create it. So it wouldn't be analogous to say that because only women can have, they should be the only ones who have a say, my body, my choice, no uterus, no opinion. No, that is not, that does not logically follow for two reasons. One is the fetus does not only belong to the woman and we're killing the fetus. Yes, it's in her body, but that's just its location. It still belongs equally to the man. And the second reason is if men don't grant you rights, you don't have rights. So it's not analogous to my defense and infrastructure.
Okay, so again, allow me to say what I said at the very beginning. I am not here to defend the baked in lies of feminism. My entire life has been doing the opposite. When I find out what a feminist principle may be, I have done all that I can to do.
It's just talking points. Like there's literally, like, you crack open a brain, and wherever the critical thinking section of the brain is, it's just missing. It's just the monkey slapping together the symbols. You know what I mean? And yes, I also know that as well. It's massive. It's comically large for no reason. Completely unnecessary of how large that fucking water jug is. Welcome in, Kevin. I do apologize. We're basically training ourselves for mental torture at the moment because this bitch is it's playing dodgeball. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. She's just doing this whole script thing. It's unbelievable.
And that is how, again, I've been able to build a life that I'm extremely happy with. But again, are you familiar with the fallacy non sequitur?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Because I find that you do that in your book. Now you did an amazing job in your book, Rachel, on explaining the occult aspect behind feminism, double clicking on the original suffragists.
How has this got anything got the fucking? Oh my
God! I found that part of your book to be, just very educational. I'm very grateful for that piece of it.
Yeah, thank you.
But then there would be other times in the book that you would make a premise and then you would do non sequitur, right? Fallacy. And for those who don't know what that
Sequitur.
is, that is simply
Sequitur.
and the math is
No.
It's Latin for girl, you're just doing too much.
some things that is too
A
many.
non sequitur is exactly what I said you were doing, where the premise does not, the
That's
conclusion does
exact-
not
no,
follow from
your
the premise.
premise. I didn't even make a premise except to try to understand your original premise. I was trying to answer your question, but in order to answer your question, I wasn't making a premise. I was saying, well, then if this is what you believe, then then the next obvious step would be this other thing. I wasn't making a premise. I haven't made a premise yet.
But I pointed
haven't
out
made a premise yet. I was just trying to understand yours. But you start with the premise that says
Imagine
women
being married to
are
this.
emotional and their maternal instincts get weaponized and manipulated.
Holy
let's try to
fuck,
stick to what we're
man.
talking about
Yeah.
here in the debate.
We do have to try and land the plane. Just quickly, guys. When the moderator speaks, everybody has to be silent. Okay. So just quickly, non sequitur. I've just looked up the definition of it. Latin phrase that translated to that it does not follow. Okay. So the premise,
Right, which is what I
conclusion,
said.
the conclusion doesn't follow from the premise. Okay. So
That's what I'm saying you're doing.
just quickly, are we
that's
going
what
now
you're
into
doing.
critiques? We're going
I
into
can
book
demonstrate
critiques
it.
now. Is that what we're going into? Because we look like we're going into something new
No,
here.
we have to. We still haven't gotten past force doctrine.
No,
Yeah.
but what? No, I'm not critiquing the book. I said I really enjoyed the book. I've read the book, and I enjoyed learning a lot about the history of the
What are
book.
we
I would
doing?
encourage anyone to get your book.
What?
While you're at it, let me plug my own book. You can get my book.
Muting it.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we're just moving us straight on to the next one. What the actual fuck was that? She's a Republican. She's a Republican, bro. Like,
yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
You know what I mean? It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Holy shit. Well, at least we got through that one. We're at the final video of today. This one's the old conspiracy theory. So, like I said, man, we always like to wear tinfoil hats here. You know what I'm saying? We start the show with aliens. Hopefully we'll end the show with aliens. I haven't watched the video myself. Like I said, this is an L catch-up thing. We are going to be redirected into Easy as well. So, like I said, folks, appreciate you all for joining me on the journey. Also, shout out to the people that donated. BBB and Abby as well. Both legends. Thank you very kindly. Let's get into it, folks. Let me actually speed it up as well, just so we finish on time.
So the debate prompt you have is that Brian Harpole is part of a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk, or was part of a conspiracy.
So a little disclaimer here. This is all my opinion, and this is just alleged from what I've heard. All right.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we can
sure,
talk about
sure.
what I've heard. Yeah. We can
This
talk
is
about what I've
all.
heard.
This is all within the dominion of hypothetical. I get it.
Correct. Yep. So yes, Brian Harpole, for those of you who don't know, that was head security for Charlie. And I think that I kind of want to preface this entire conversation while you have your coffee there with I think that the side of the debate you're on is that I mean, I don't want to say it for you, but if I had to assume, it's just that Brian Harpole had obviously no idea what from Brian Harpole's perspective, he was going there to do a job, and something
Well, my
tragic
side
happened.
my side and position of the debate is that Brian Harpole was not part of a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So he was just there to do a job. His job.
As the head of
Head of
the
security.
Kirk security team. Yeah, he was there to do the head of security job that he's paid to do. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, right off the bat, I'm disappointed we're not talking about aliens, because, like I said, that was a very, very impressive troll by the by the Trump administration. Shout out to the boys. You know what I'm saying? But Charlie Kirk, oh my god, man, like Charlie be rolling over in his fucking grave, bro. Well, let's continue. Let's at least hear out the case.
Yeah, and so I can understand why we've talked about this Kirk investigation for quite a while. I guess for you, it's not really an investigation anymore. The investigation ended after 33 hours. But for everybody else, for a lot of other people like myself, the investigation is ongoing and still hasn't ended. It's been eight months. So
Okay, yeah. But to qualify that,
there's no investigation going on anymore that we're aware of by law enforcement. The investigation that you're talking about is internet sleuthing, essentially.
Independent investigators.
Internet sleuthing mostly, right? There's nobody on the ground who's analyzing.
Okay, I'm referring to myself as an independent investigator. From here on out, I'm an independent investigator.
Well, these are real people. These are real people.
I
don't want
agree.
to make it seem like they're not.
Hang on. I agree they're real people, but they're not analyzing DNA.
I'm a real
They're
person.
They don't have access to any materials. They don't have any of that, right? So they're mostly just trying to piece together timelines and this. So it is mostly internet-based sleuthing, right?
Well, they have access to the pleadings of the case. They have access to through
From the state, who has access to evidence that they don't have access to. So it's
I have
still just
access to the internet.
it's disseminated to them through the internet. So it's just internet sleuthing, right?
I'm gonna concede that the state would have access, at least easier access to more information than
and physical evidence. And physical evidence.
So you're saying law enforcement has access to physically pick up and hold a gun versus independent investigators do not. Is that your point?
Well,
because I mean, having access to
gun.
the documents about what was written,
which are disseminated online, right? So it's just internet sleuthing.
Disseminated online. So the pleadings, like flight logs of different.
And where do you where do you learn about all that stuff? The internet.
You have to put in You have to put in requests. You have to request. Well, the recordings, like the scanners that day, like the police scanners and record it. You have to
right. Somebody may have put in the request for those things, but they're requesting evidence.
Why it matters about the internet, but it's
it doesn't. It doesn't. I just think it's 99.9% internet sleuthing, meaning you're taking a dissemination of information which has been disseminated online, and then you're making interpretations of that information. That's what I would consider internet sleuthing to be.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I'm not offended by that or anything.
No, internet sleuths have cracked some serious cases. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
There's a distinction between when you say investigation. I just want to distinguish. There's an official investigatory arm or investigative arm which has access to material evidence.
No, Shante. I am now, based on this
most of this is
definition, I am now an unofficial independent investigator.
Access either, so neither of us have access.
Correct. Yeah, we're both working on the same information set. Correct.
Yeah, and so like you've mentioned evidence a couple of times. So what? Do you want to look up the definition, or should I, or do you want to, does that matter to you, the definition of evidence?
I think we should run off of, I think it does. Yeah. So if we're going to define evidence,
it's just things that can lead you to a conclusion.
No. No, I disagree.
You disagree with the definition. So if you want to make up your own definition,
I'm going to utilize
I'm looking
the
at
laws.
it here. It's a thing or set of things helpful
Mm-hmm.
in forming a conclusion or judgment.
Yeah.
So
Do you agree?
I can form conclusions and judgments.
Definition. I mean, I can work.
I think you're going to agree with my definition, though. So do you agree with me that words in legal?
No, we are unofficial independent investigators, Carl. Okay. Don't you defame my new profession that I just invented 2 seconds ago, okay? How dare you? How dare you? Ethernet homes. Beautiful. Ethernet homes. This is a fresh new meme that we have for ourselves. This is beautiful. What a video to end on. Holy shit. I'm not going to lie. With the initial thing, I was a bit disappointed. There was no aliens involved. I was getting ready to take my tinfoil hat off, and then we have a brand new fucking meme. Okay, unofficial, super official. Exactly, Shante. Exactly.
Sense mean something different than words in a colloquial sense. So if you use,
don't take this
it's called
away
legal
from me.
jargon, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're utilizing the word in its legal form, it's going to mean something different than how you might mean the word. So an example of this might just be something like justified in a legal sense might mean something different than justified in a philosophical sense, right? If I say justified philosophically, I might be talking about some sort of pillar for your worldview. But if I say justified legally, it might just be as simple as like, paperwork or something like that creates justification. So I would look at the legal definition of evidence.
Legal or not, it can still be circumstantial. I mean, it's
Yeah,
still
but legally, we even
Circumstantial.
have definitions for what circumstantial evidence is, and that's why it's important. So, evidence is any information, testimony, documents, and objects that are used to prove or disprove a fact. But when it comes to lawful, that's the definition you're using.
Well, the one you just
Lawful means, I know that I'm giving you the one you're using. Calm down.
Sure. Okay.
Lawful means something is authorized. Okay, so lawful use of evidence is authorized evidence by or compliant with the law. Standard of proof determines how much of that evidence is needed to win a case, and then we have to move on to proof standards.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
Yeah.
think that in this case we can just utilize evidence as the in the colloquial sense. We have to use the lawful requirement. So lawful requirement. Just because information exists does not mean court can see it. Evidence needs to be lawful, admissible under the guidelines like the federal rules for evidence. So there's guidelines for submission of evidence. The first thing is it has to be relevant, legally obtained, and it can't have a hearsay rule. So out of court statements, things like that are inadmissible unless they fall under exceptions. So we would be using a legal definition for evidence here, I would assume, right?
Not with an independent investigation, because that's where you run into problems where especially when you're dealing with the state, right? A case that involves the state, you can overlook people like, say, a Robert Hansen. Are you familiar with Robert Hansen?
Yeah. Well, then I think then just
Any
for the sake
relation
of
to
the
Chris
debate,
Hansen?
so that I don't bog it down with too many semantics, if you just want to use any information, testimony, or documents that are used to prove or disprove a fact as evidence, I'm actually fine with using that for the purpose of the debate. I don't think it's going to mean much to my position either way.
Thing or set of things helpful in forming a conclusion or judgment. The conclusion or judgment is that he was part of a conspiracy, allegedly, in my opinion. And there are
That's what I'm looking for the evidence for.
Right.
Can you give me the evidence for that, though? There is no, you haven't provided any evidence of that, bro. What do you
mean
right,
I
yeah.
haven't provided?
Okay,
Okay,
look,
so
you gotta let me
now
respond here. Hang on, this is crazy. This is crazy.
First
All
of
right,
all,
good.
you
I'm glad
said
you're muted. I'm glad you're
Yeah,
muted.
but
All right,
first of all,
good.
you said you were gonna mute. and
Oh,
then you did
it's
mute.
just ridiculous. Like this is okay. So
Tell me
here,
how it's ridiculous.
yeah. So, I can grant all of these things. I can grant that he was criminally negligent, and I can grant that if it were the case that this guy was involved in a conspiracy, he likely would have not rendered aid to Charlie Kirk. That is not evidence of him being involved in a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. That is lunatic talk. What's the evidence that he was involved? I'm asking for evidence. Hang on. I thought I was going to respond here.
Okay, go ahead.
I want actual specific evidence of some kind that this guy was involved in a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk. What is it?
Okay, so you're saying stop saying you need evidence. You need more evidence. Because
you haven't even provided. You've only provided evidence that if it were the case that there was a conspiracy, somebody would act in this. This would be like me saying, if I was at a scene, right, I would have probably done the same things as a. It's like that's not evidence that I was at a scene, though, dude.
Right, I get. Okay, so that day. So I'll give you some more evidence. All right, so that day,
All right. I wish you'd give me evidence, motherfucker.
September 10th, there was also actual signals happening between the different security detail that were
signals
that were different, than what you would normally have. Okay, you're talking about
we're leering to get our independent investigator license. Okay.
These hand signals, like
hand signals,
that Marine Corps sniper type signals that you would use if you were trying to do something like that. Now, again, just to go to your point about the evidence, there is no evidence. Hold on. Yeah. You don't have any conclusive evidence that anyone did this homicide. There's nothing conclusive. You couldn't name somebody currently where there's conclusive evidence. We don't have, neither side has that. So you're just pointing out the obvious.
Can I ask a question here?
Well, if it's what I just said,
no, I'm not going to.
Well, you don't.
I'm not
so
going.
what conclusive evidence do you have?
Yeah, so this is what I was going to say. So yeah, so this is so you want me to make a concession that it is evidence that because it is the case that this guy would have not rendered aid to Charlie Kirk if he was involved in a conspiracy theory, that is evidence leaning towards the fact that he could have been involved in
letting
a conspiracy.
Letting someone die that you want dead. That's I mean,
so
doesn't
get
any more
I get it.
conclusive than that, buddy.
I get it.
So every motherfucker that wasn't giving him medical aid immediately after he got shot is somehow involved in this conspiracy as well.
Okay, so you want that to be submitted as evidence of the thing, right?
No, I want that to be submitted allegedly, in my opinion, as criminal neglect in order to obtain the necessary things.
No, I don't care. I'm talking about, is that evidence in your opinion?
What this dude just said was that let's charge him with a pumped up charge so we can then dig through information to try and find something on him. What the actual fuck,
That
man?
points to conspiracy is my question.
It helps form a conclusion. Yes.
Okay, so
It's
it is
helpful in
you.
forming
So
a
you do you
conclusion.
think it's evidence that points to a conspiracy? Is my question.
It doesn't matter. Your question doesn't.
Well, the
make
debate is
sense.
about whether or not this guy is involved in the conspiracy
and
to Charlie Kirk.
and you keep getting confused on about the meaning of evidence. It is.
I'm not confused about the meaning of evidence.
Okay,
I'm asking you if this
you're
should
at-
be
okay.
considered evidence or not.
I
that
think
he's
it is.
involved in a
Yes,
conspiracy.
I think it's helpful in forming a conclusion or judgment. Yes, it's
Okay.
helpful. Yes, very
Okay.
helpful.
Okay. So then, I
Do you
guess
think it's not helpful.
No, I don't think so, because I would just give you a simple counter, which is that it's also evidence that he wasn't involved in a conspiracy and he was only involved in negligence. It's also equally evidence of that. So I don't, it's equally.
No.
Yeah, because it only points to one thing. It doesn't point to the other. It could point to negligence, but it doesn't point to conspiracy. So I have the stronger evidence than you do by your own standard.
Yeah, I don't see how that's stronger by any means.
Because we're both only establishing negligence here, but neither of us can point to conspiracy, which is why you have a weaker frame of evidence than me. My evidence is that he's involved in
if you're saying I
negligence.
don't have anything conclusive, you're absolutely right. That's
No, I'm saying that the evidence is actually stronger that it just negligence. It's stronger because it doesn't point to anything but negligence. It doesn't point to anything.
Oh, sure. Okay, it's okay. So you're saying it's stronger that it's pointing to negligence is stronger, correct?
Yeah, that's a stronger
so
claim.
That's right. So
then if it's a
you're
stronger
conceding
claim,
Brian
no,
Harple
what
was involved in a crime.
I already
committed a
conceded
crime.
this for the sake of argument. I
Okay,
conceded it at the outset. Yes, he's guilty of negligence. And so if I use your standard of evidence and we're using evidence to point to possibility, then I'm going to use this as evidence that the stronger possibility is negligence over conspiracy, unless you have something else
sure.
to give me.
Yeah.
Do you have something else to give me?
I have a ton. All
Well,
right.
can we get to those
So-
claims?
Oh, we can get to whatever you
He
want.
has a tone.
Well, let's get to those claims.
Stop interrupting me.
Okay.
We get to where this can take as long or as short as you want it to take. So
Same here,
typically,
Shante.
the security detail, Brian included, will book out his Charlie's debates somewhere between 7 to 14 days in advance. It seems reasonable when you're preparing for an event like this, several thousand people, obviously trying to protect Charlie, getting in touch with local law enforcement on the ground, etc. So that's done consistently. Excuse me, every single event that Charlie does, allegedly, in my opinion, except for his next debate, which was on September 11th. There was no airfare booked on September 11th for his Charlie's debate in Colorado the next day. None of the security had flights booked. Law enforcement wasn't even contacted in Colorado. So yes, this is again more evidence that points to conspiracy.
No, that just points again to negligence. That just only points to negligence.
No, it
again.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Now you're
does.
coping. Now you're
Well,
having
show me
a-
where it's how does it point to conspiracy? How? Walk me
I
through the
mean,
logic here.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can you walk me through the logic as to why?
Yeah, so
that event-
so
why your
Brian
security
Harple
detail?
Brian Harple was derelict in his duty of making sure that there was enough security there for Charlie Kirk. Yes, I agree with those facts. Sure. It points to those facts. Sure. Where do we get to the conspiracy
So-
part though?
Okay, so
What's the
okay,
conspiracy
sure,
aspect here?
Yeah, sure.
To Charlie
I'm-
Kirk. Because
I'm-
remember,
I'm tell-
it's not
I'm
just a
telling you.
conspiracy, it's a conspiracy.
Like, bear in mind when you're saying conspiracy, you're saying it's like what is the evidence that this dude was like involved in planning to kill Charlie? Do you know what I mean? There's a multitude. He could have drove, could have got a private plane, could have been like, nah, I'm actually not going to go to this event anyway. I'm going to cancel last minute. Don't even bother booking the flights. Like there's so many different things, and it could have been like, oh no shit, like we literally just like left the last second, like completely forgot that we're going to Colorado and shit like that.
Telling you,
Well,
you're
Charlie Kirk.
planning- Listen, I'm telling you, if you're playing,
In order to make a valid argument, the conclusion must necessarily follow, meaning there is no other possible conclusion. Like just watch some Sherlock fucking Holmes. Jesus Christ.
if you're making a plan for
Yeah.
someone to be gone, then
Yeah.
chances are you're not going to plan for them to be at an event the following day.
That's
So
not
that is part of it.
that's
That
not
is the
evidence.
plan.
That's speculation.
That does
That-
not necessarily
What do you mean
follow.
it's not evidence? It
That's
is
not-
a set
that's
of
not
things
evidence of
helpful.
anything.
It
It's
is
just
helpful in
speculative.
forming a conclusion.
It's
You
it's
can
not.
dance
It's just
around-
it's
yes, it
what you're talking
is.
about now. Right now is just pure
And,
speculation.
and like to prove it does not necessarily follow is that if you were planning to kill someone, you're going to make it out that like, oh no, like I have all my T's crossed, I have all my I's dotted, and all this kind of shit.
Speculation. It's
Oh,
speculative.
it's not. Sure, we don't have anything conclusive. You have.
Yeah, where's the
nothing
what
conclusive.
evidence?
You
How do
don't
we
have
get to
any-
how do we get to conspiracy to here? Where do we get when are we getting to that?
Okay, now you're just okay, and it's fine. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, no, I'm over here coping with facts. I know, bro. I'm terrible at that. But what like
for example, to use my last debate on Swords of Reason, how I was able to make the claim or the deduction that this motherfucker is like either a plant or a retard, because there was and again I've done this quite massively where I won the coin toss at the before we went live, and I was like I got to choose whether or not if I went first or if I went second, but either way I still would have done the exact same thing. Where you notice in my introduction I just read the exact same thing I did the previous week on the same topic of National Socialism. It was the exact same script, but I made sure I fine-tuned it down to that it actually fit within the intro, because my whole plan was let this dude talk for the intro, expose himself, and then the key thing for that debate was the rebuttal, that 5-minute rebuttal, and that's what I was doing all the planning on, all this kind of shit. So either way, it would have worked out, but it worked out even better because he was able to even expose himself further in his rebuttal, and then I had the final rebuttal, right? But in that rebuttal, right, like I was able to point out that like listen to what he's saying in terms of like he's progressive, he wants a stateless society. He's trying to say that like he's doing a blend of libertarian and conservatism and all this kind of shit. And then I literally shared the screen and said, here's what the AI says that the communists will do to try and infiltrate right-wing circles. Then I showed you a Reddit post of you literally have lefties on Reddit saying, and this is a well-known problem movement, saying we want to infiltrate MAGA and we'll be able to twist from the inside. Then I moved on to the dude's profile picture, X profile, and then from his direct account, I was able to say, this is what he's saying, that he's a racist. He's saying that he's a professional rapist as well. Ignoring those red flags, look at his profile or his banner picture. It's literally of the Nazis, which political philosophy was National Socialism, yet now he's claiming to be an anarcho-capitalism, which blends with communism more so than what the Nazis would actually want. Then I go on and say, well, one of his excuses would be, oh no, I just have that because they hate the Jews, because they hate the Jews so much and all this kind of shit. And then I expose him with the Nick Fuentes thing and say he's even against Nick Fuentes and he thinks that Nick Fuentes is a Jewish plant and all this kind of shit, even though Nick Fuentes is one of probably the most outspoken popular voices on Jews, as you could possibly see. And then I hit him with the like out of the 19 followers that he has, one of them is the aging potato, meaning this dude is clearly here to just be a plant and to try and bring down the group by just like being this like radical fucking racist and try to say everything possibly wrong to fit that stereotype that Democrats throw towards Republicans. You know what I mean? So to see the way I have multiple different aspects and I show intent and I show the different evidence, I show his own profile picture, I show you that there's a large scale movement saying that they want to infiltrate MAGA movements on local levels, and then I tie it back to even what the AI says in terms of the communists and all this kind of shit. Versus the dude didn't give him first aid in enough time and there was a booking error.
I'm still as confused as I was when I started the debate.
That's fine. I mean, you've been confused for 8 months about this case, and I'm
confused about your guys' stance on the case because it doesn't make any sense.
What he's doing, Carl, is like he's already in the mindset that this is a conspiracy, and then anything he can, like confirmation bias, anything he can point to that can try and confirm that bias that he already has in his head, he's already made up his mind. That's why it's not even supposition or conjecture, you know. He wasn't helping himself either with the stuff he was saying. 100%. 100%.
I'm looking into it with you right now.
How did that not make any sense?
All you're saying is Brian Harpole failed in his duty to provide adequate security for Charlie Kirk. Okay, got it.
No,
but you have not tied this. You have not tied any of this information into a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. That's our problem here. Pretty simple.
Because even his argument of like, this is how, as someone who was like involved in the conspiracy theory would act, does not necessarily follow. Because if you were in the conspiracy, you want to make sure that like you have like an alibi. You want to make it look at least that you've done everything that you could, and that you already had these flights booked and everything. You know what I mean? This dude does not understand deduction,
and you just want to ignore it. That's fine, and I get.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm even granting it. What do you mean? Just to show you it doesn't go to. It goes nowhere.
You're ignoring the conspiracy part.
Where? Okay, can you explain that part?
Sure. If you're planning on someone to not be around the following day, you're not going to plan the event as you normally would.
That's true.
You agree? Okay.
Sure.
No, that's not even true. I wouldn't even grant the motherfucker this, Andrew. I would say no. If this was a conspiracy, I would want to make sure that all those flights were booked, so then I'd never be found out.
Sure. I would assume.
Typically look at patterns of
absolutely.
behavior. Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely would believe that if you wanted somebody, I would absolutely believe that if you wanted somebody dead, and that you would definitely
do everything that Brian Harpole did allegedly.
Yeah, that you would do. Sure, absolutely. Okay. So, I'm even granting it.
No, yeah, okay, he's granting it. He's granting it. Okay. So I was thinking ever since, like, Andrew, come on. There's clearly another possibility that you'd want to make it look as though it's business as usual.
Okay, right. So you're conceding everything in this debate as if you're
but you haven't given me any evidence of the conspiracy yet, though. Only speculation as to if it were the
speculation.
Case. Yeah, no. I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to explain to you the distinction. What you're saying here is, if it were true he was in a conspiracy to kill somebody, he probably would have been negligent in his duties also. And it's like, yeah, okay, I agree. But the debate is not whether or not it is the case that Brian Harpole was negligent in his duties to defend Charlie Kirk. The debate is over whether or not Brian Harpole was involved in a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
That is what we're waiting on here, is the tie-in for that.
And I understand that. But you have to get there. And the
which is why I conceded. I'm just conceding these points as quick as possible.
Okay, sure. So you would agree then, obviously, he needs to be arrested. That you'd agree with that.
Sure, they should arrest him tomorrow.
Okay,
great.
What the actual
negligence?
Okay, and so for negligence, and so so you'd agree. So then after that, then you can start to dig into and like put more clues together and start looking at cell phone data and whereabouts during.
Yeah, sure. I'll grant all of this. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Perfect.
So I'm glad you agree. You can't rule Brian Harpole out from the Charlie Kirk. He can't be ruled out.
I'm not. I'll even grant that.
Okay, great.
Great. So remember how the debate is about whether or not Brian Harpole is involved in a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk, though.
I'm just like, yeah, sure, I'll grant that as well. Lob that on as well.
And investigated for negligence, and hopefully you find out through that he was involved in some said conspiracy. What is the fucking evidence of the conspiracy to Charlie Kirk that Brian Harpole was involved in, dude? What is it?
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have any. You don't have any. You guys never fucking have nothing.
You already conceded all of it.
Yeah, let's walk through my concessions. Here we go. Concession 1. Andrew, is it the case that Brian Harpole was negligent in protecting Charlie Kirk? Answer, yes. Great. Question 2. Isn't it the case, Andrew, that if Brian Harpole was involved in a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk, he would be negligent in protecting him? Answer, yes, to the hypothetical. Certainly. Well, then that is evidence indeed that he was involved in a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk. That's where it fails at the conclusion.
Yep.
While I can grant all of these things in sequence,
Does not
the conclusion
necessarily
does not follow from the premises. Even if I grant all of this, it's still not a shred of evidence that the guy was involved in a fucking conspiracy to Charlie Kirk. Do you understand that?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
Because that's all part of the conspiracy. I mean, that's how conspiracy.
Oh, so it's just not
my
falsifiable because that's part of the
God,
conspiracy too. The conspiracy is that logic
Well,
is
I mean,
diabolically working against you. The logicians of the world got together and came up with a diabolical plan to
just based
falsify
on-
the insanity.
Correct.
Can we grant that the conclusion Brian Harpole was engaged in a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk does not follow from the concession that he was negligent, nor from the concession that if he was involved in said conspiracy, he would act negligent. It does not follow that, therefore, he was part of a conspiracy. Do you at least grant that that has to be true logically?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then
Correct.
all we've established so far
Yeah.
is that your conclusion does not follow from the premises of your argument.
No, what we've concluded is, or the goal was that the audience can hear that. Oh, well, I didn't know like that. He didn't plan any event. He didn't plan for security on the day after Charlie was. If you don't find that suspicious, that's great. That's your opinion, whatever. But
Well, wait, this has
literally
nothing to do with
99%
suspicion.
of it- Literally, anybody who can do any kind of reasoning would say, there's a pattern there. You're completely ignoring any pattern. You're
All
not-
right, hang on, bro. Do you have access to AI by chance?
Oh my God, man. Pattern. Like, reasoning has nothing got to do with patterns. It has nothing got to do with patterns. Oh my God, man. Laws of logic, argumentation, sound reasoning. And in order to have sound reasoning, you must first have valid reasoning. Oh my God, man. He brings a bad name, the profession of independent investigator. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Okay. Pull up your AI Grok or whatever real quick and do me a quick favor.
No.
No.
Why?
Well, because I want to walk you through this in an actual
What?
logical formula to show.
He's more suspicious of Andrew asking him to type in something into Grok than he is of this cunt being somehow implicated in a conspiracy to get. Oh my God,
Show you how
man.
ridiculous it is.
Well, that's
I'm gonna-
not, okay. No, I get that you think it's ridiculous. And
No, I don't. It's not that I think this. I'm going to mathematically prove it to you. I'll use mathematics right now
Okay,
to prove
all right,
it
that's
to you.
fine. Let's do it. Let me pull it up. Hold on a second. It's fine. Okay, I got it.
Okay. Type in this. Premise 1.
Okay.
Okay. Charlie Kirk's head of security was negligent in protecting Charlie Kirk. I'm going to do this with you.
I've given you evidence, bro.
No. In fact, I've refuted your evidence. It's an invalid argument. You have an invalid argument. I mathematically demonstrated that it's
Rock is going to
invalid.
call him batshit
fine.
crazy.
I'm going to tell you what I don't have. What I don't have is a written statement from Brian Harpole saying that he was in a conspiracy to Charlie Kirk. I don't have that. That's what you're looking for, and that's why you wanted to have this debate. and
I'm
that's what
just
you're
looking
expecting.
for
That's
the
completely
bro,
unreasonable. But
I'm
that's
just looking
completely-
for the conclusion to follow from the premises. That's all I'm asking for at this point. I'm not even asking for anything.
Which, by the way, would only be valid argumentation, but I'm pretty sure we're granting the fact that he's negligent, which means in this case you would say that would be sound.
Other than that,
as well.
can we just get conclusions that
But it's
follow
not.
from
It's
the
not even gonna be
premises that
valid.
you lay out? That's all I'm asking for. That's it.
For anybody who just joined the space, we talked about the definition of evidence, which is a thing or set of things helpful in forming a conclusion. Helpful in forming a conclusion. These items I presented today are helpful in forming a conclusion. It doesn't mean they're conclusive in any way. If you're looking for something to be conclusive, well, you don't have anything to conclusive either that there was a lone gunman. We're not dealing with anything conclusive. All we can deal with is the set of clues, tips, leads, evidence that we have, and people form their own conclusions, just like the jury will form their own conclusion, right?
Okay, so I'm going to, again, make a massive concession here. I agree that you don't have access to all of the evidence. And I agree that you're going to be able to form your own conclusions based on the things that you think. However, my counter to this is, if it's the case that you are forming conclusions which are by their very definition mathematically invalid because the premises do not substantiate the conclusion, then you should still reject that.
Oh yeah, I didn't call him guilty. I didn't call him guilty.
You said
he doesn't even understand it. He doesn't even understand what Andrew
with
just
a
said.
conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk. What are you talking about?
The evidence looks like that allegedly, in my
conclusion-
opinion.
What evidence?
does not
The conclusion doesn't follow from the
necessarily
premises.
follow.
Your evidence has been rejected, mathematically rejected.
Yes,
Denied.
the evidence has been mathematically rejected.
It's an
because I do
invalid
not have
argument.
A paper statement saying a written document from Brian. That's the only way
Oh
it wouldn't be
my
rejected.
God.
You don't
If I
have
had
any
it-
evidence. Yes,
Right,
right. You don't have any
I don't- no, I
evidence, so
have
therefore you shouldn't
evidence.
have this conclusion.
I don't have any evidence. All I have is the clue. Well,
The
I do have evidence. I don't
phalanges.
have any conclusive evidence.
The
No,
phalanges.
your evidence actually should be rejected because your conclusion based on the evidence doesn't follow. Do you understand
It's
that
an
now?
invalid
You
argument.
must reject it.
I do.
You must reject it. Must reject it.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like I said, brings a bad name to the whatchamacallit. What was the fucking profession we made up again? He brings a bad name to the unofficial independent independent investigator agencies. Okay? Brings a bad name. Just to make up for that, because like I said, that was hard to fucking listen to. Just to pay a bit of respect to Charlie Kirk. Like I said, man, I miss Charlie.
Because you know you are part of something bigger than yourself. You know that you are part of the most exciting, diverse, powerful movement in the history of this country. And this movement is not about Republican or Democrat. This movement is not about conservative or liberal. And I think you're going to see that on display in a little bit, just maybe. This movement is about the citizens versus the oligarchs. This movement is about we the people versus the ruling class. This movement is about America versus the globalists. This movement is about all of us against them.
He was special, bro. He was special. In the good kind of way. But like he's saying there, man. Bigger than us. It's the nationalists versus the globalists. You know what I'm saying? Simple as. And you have people now who were like trashing him when he was alive. He's like, oh, we're trying to stand for Charlie. No, you're dragging his fucking name through the mud. Just shut the fuck up, these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Go touch grass for fuck's sake, you know? But anyways, like I said, we're going to be raiding back into Easy. Like I said, he's doing a marathon, so make sure you give him a good like, a subscribe, and possibly some donations as well. And again, 100%, gone too soon. But appreciate you all stopping by. Like I said, I was gonna have a kind of like a short one and all this kind of stuff, just so we can raid or redirect back into Easy. He's doing a marathon for 55 hours. I think he's about 45 hours left or something like that. He's about 5 or 6 hours in. Make sure you give him a like. Make sure you give him a sub. A couple of downloads would be appreciated as well, folks. And like I said, we end the show the same way each and every time. I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do as an American is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.